Because on this day,
in 1963, Bret Michaels Sychok was born. And he said, I can't be a rock star with that name. I'm just going to...
Sychok?
Yeah. Just going to drop the...
It sounds kind of like Psycho. He may have stuck with it.
Poison. The band.
Very good.
Put me down, Katie, for a no on that. Isn't it interesting that Gina likes all of these songs that are about young men who are committing sexual acts that are somewhat less than reputable a lot of times? It's just fascinating to me. You know, she likes the songs about, locking women in the basement, for instance.
No, they're locking in together, Bill. He's not locking her in the basement.
Okay.
He wants her to come in there with him and talk dirty to him.
Okay, I'll get that. How many times have you gotten it on behind the bushes? That's what I want to know. Have you ever done that, Gina?
I don't believe
No, I don't think you have.
But I've never met Bret Michaels in person, so maybe it would be different.
That's a dreadful song. It's off. It just the sound of it is awful. It's thin and
it sold 40 million copies.
And so
40 million.
That doesn't make it good. A lot of people listen to this show. That doesn't make it good.
That's true. This is true.
Come on.
Tyler in the chat room. I usually Shazam the opening number if I don't recognize it. This was the fastest Shazam ever came back with a song title. Shazam really knows their butt rock.
Yeah. Glam rock is what they're classified as according to Wikipedia.
Because they wear makeup.
Yeah.
So that makes them glam rock?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes, it does. Along with Motley Crue and all of that stuff.
Speaking of Motley Crue.
Going on tour, I see.
Oh, well, what I was going to say is, Bill and I watched Pam and Tommy. Carrie didn't want anything to do with puppetry of the penis.
No.
But, Bill, I don't know if you know this, but after all of that, you would think, boy, Pam is never going to have sex with a video camera anywhere near her ever again in her life.
Right.
Until a couple years later when she did it with Bret Michaels and that tape leaked out. Never again would she...
Yeah, no, I didn't think that, actually, after watching it. I thought, this is a susceptible young woman.
I think Lily James is a smarter Pam Anderson than Pam Anderson.
That's probably true.
I would agree.
I saw somebody writing about the show, and it said, and I have no reason to doubt it, that Pam and Tommy still... That's the one thing that the show really projected, that they were absolutely in love with each other.
Yeah.
And,
I never doubted that.
Yeah, and they apparently they both say, even today, that's the love of my life.
Yeah.
It sure didn't work out.
For a while, they got divorced and back together and had another kid, and they got together and broke up several times.
They have two sons who I saw just today in the news. Mm-hmm. I forget their name. Oh, one of them is named Dylan Jagger Lee. Dylan Jagger Lee, but the other one's named Fred or something like that.
I think his name's Brandon.
But let's go, Brandon. Yeah. But they just sold. Apparently, they own a house in Malibu or someplace like that, or they own it together, and they just sold it for millions of dollars. And they're both models, apparently.
They're good looking.
Well, I would assume that. If they're models, I would assume they're good looking.
Not only is their mom Pam Anderson,
unless they're modeling medical equipment or something.
Their grandma, Tommy Lee's mom, was like Miss Grease or something. She was like
the movie Grease or the country Grease?
No, the country Grease. She was like a fairly high up the chain beauty queen and.
A high up the chain beauty.
She wasn't just of her village. She wasn't just her fishing village. Yeah. Miss Fishing Village. She was like Miss Grease.
Miss Grease.
Yeah.
Not Miss Isle of Lesbos.
No. That's a different content.
Not Miss Athens.
No.
Listen, I held the title of Miss Fishing Village for 2 years,
and you wore that crown and held the scepter well.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Cheekbones. It's all about the cheekbones.
It was charming. It was just charming. That's a dreadful song, Gina. Dreadful.
I'm sorry.
What?
Yesterday I gave you a gift. Yesterday I served up Hall & Oates on a platter
And so
for
today
you.
she took the gift away.
The
She
Gina
returned-
giveth and the Gina taketh away.
She took your gift, returned it to Nordstrom, got a gift card, and went to lunch.
They'll take back anything, including Hall & Oates. They will
I'd like to return this, please.
Poison. Yeah. I didn't like them when they were popular, and I don't like them now. Are they still? Let me look there. Are they still doing?
I
it
think
says
they're still doing stuff.
active. Still active. And they might as well be. Didn't we have somebody call us one time and said Brett Michaels likes he likes to go to the dunes here in Utah?
Yeah.
And they somebody called us and said, I ran into him at a gas station somewhere down there, central Utah, where the dunes are, and he was gassing up his dune buggy, getting it ready, and he was in like full makeup.
Sure. Well, he was out in public. You can't be seen out in public
Eyeliner.
without...
I'm Brett, and he has the beaties, right? Do I remember that correctly?
Yes.
Or a head
Very
injury.
good.
What was it?
No.
No, he's got the beaties.
I know he always wears a scarf around his head.
Oh, I thought it was a head
but no,
injury.
he's got the
Okay.
beaties.
It's the beaties that's causing something to bleed out of his head, Gary. That's why.
He had a line of, I'm thinking it was Brett Michaels, a line of pet products at PetSmart.
Really?
Clothes.
Yeah, like
pet
bandanas.
rocker clothes
and
with
clothes.
skulls.
Yeah.
Clothes for your pet?
Yeah. Little shirts and things.
Things with fringe on it.
Yeah.
If you want your doggy to look like a glam rocker,
Yeah.
dress him in Brett Michaels doggy clothes. Top 5 hair band of the 80s. Yeah, it says here.
Who were above them?
Yeah, I want to know the list.
I imagine Motley Crue would be
Probably number one.
number one. Would be my
Motley
guess.
Crue and Poison never liked each other.
Would Skid Row be on that list?
Skid Row was a little later. They
Who
weren't
else would
the
there-
pioneers.
Who else would it be? Motley Crue and Poison and not Rat.
Cinderella would be in there.
Cinderella. Yeah. Come on,
Yeah,
Jimmy, you should know
Rat
them
would
all.
be in there. Sure,
Rat?
Rat would be in there. Sure.
Somebody says Poison is touring with Motley Crue this summer. So I guess they
really?
patched things up.
They
eh?
patched things up.
Well, we've all got money. It's okay.
We're all older.
We all slept with Pam. It's okay.
It was kind of sad in that and I would if you all want to see a really good show, it's Pam and Tommy on Hulu. Although be aware that there's one segment of it where Tommy Lee talks to his penis and
it
talks back.
and it talks back and it moves and
They
looks at him.
argue.
And it's a hog is what it is, but it's really quite good, well done, entertaining, and but it's the thing I thought. Oh, I know I was going to bring it up there. It was really sad because Tommy Lee realized how out of it Motley Crue's music was.
Yeah.
By the time that happened, they were already
This is the early 90s.
yeah, they
So
were
this one
already has-beens.
Grunge was coming on. And
Yeah.
And the way they show that, Carrie, is that Motley Crue is doing some record store opening.
Yeah.
And they're playing outside, and as they're playing, these pale, long-haired, kind of pissed-off-looking grunge people wearing flannel shirts are standing over at the side looking at them going,
Ew. They laid it on really thick.
They
too.
did.
Because they had the flannel, and then they all had a band T-shirt on, and it was like Nirvana, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains. It was a little on the nose.
See?
We all have a different...
We want to make sure you know who these people are.
See?
It was a little...
And Tommy Lee kept looking over at them as he was pretending to drum.
Yeah.
And kept looking at them going, I don't... we're has-beens. But who cares?
They're still touring.
There's still tons of money. Still tons of money.
Oh, yeah.
Money that...
Tommy,
that
if it makes
never
you feel
goes
any
away.
better, Kurt's dead, Chris Cornell's dead, Lane Staley's dead.
Why would
Most
that
of
make
those
me
people
feel...
are dead, and
Why
you're
would
still
that make
here,
me feel
so...
good?
And Nikki's dead and then came back.
He did kickstart his heart.
Yeah. There you go.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
You're right,
All
Trina.
right.
That always makes me feel better if somebody dies and I don't.
Let's get going.
Okay, we need to. How about your check-ins at 877-602-9696? Call us and say, hey, what are you doing? What do you have any feelings about poison? Did you see Pam and Tommy on Hulu? You have a comment about that? Anything you want to mention? We'll probably have a Radio from Hell tote bag to give you. 877-602-9696.
The International Sportsman's Expo.
If you are a camper, and at the very least, you go camping.
I'm camp. Does that count?
Yeah, almost everybody does. Maybe you're into more outdoorsy things than that. Maybe you're a fisherman, and maybe you're a hunter. Well, the International Sportsman's Expo is for you. They have an incredible array. I was looking at the lineup of all the vendors that are there. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of various vendors with fishing equipment, camping equipment, hunting equipment, gear, and all of that. This show features also experts who can give you tips on how to use that equipment. There are a lot of, like if you're a fisherman, there are a lot of people who are talking about fishing in various locales in Utah where you can catch a lot of fish and the kind of fish you can catch. It's the International Sportsman's Expo, Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, March 17th through the 20th. Go to sportsexpos.com for more.
Melon. Melon. Spell it with me now. M-E-L-O-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our good Utah friend, LeVar. LeVar has gone to the post office on an errand for his neighbor, LeGrand Ardun. Let's listen as LeVar steps up to the clerk's window at the post office. Again, the word is melon.
Next. Next. You, there, the man with the baggy overalls and the wide tie. No, not you. You, the wide tie with the palm trees and the hula girls on it.
Who, me?
Yes, you're next. Would you step up to the window here, sir?
Sure, I'm coming. What's your dang hurry?
The U.S. mail doesn't wait, sir.
Okay, we'll keep your shirt on. I'm here.
Yes, I see that, and still, I wait for you to state your purpose.
Well, I don't know about that. I just came here on an errand for my friend. I don't got no purpose.
Fine. What errand are you on for your friend?
My friend, LeGrand Ardun, needs to send something to his boy who's on a mission in Scotland, okay?
Yes, that's fine.
I think it is. Scotland's a real nice place, they say. But I hear them Scots are pretty hard to convert. They's big drinkers, you know. That's where Scotch comes from. And McDonald's, too, now that I think about it.
How may I help you, sir?
Well, let me see. I got the note from LeGrand here in my pocket somewhere. Let me, it's got what he wanted me to get for him written on it. If I could just find it.
Look,
here.
sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step aside for a moment until you're ready, okay? We got tons of people waiting here, and we're real busy.
Well, just keep your panties on. I got it right. Yeah, it's right here. Here it is. My friend LeGrand needs a melon tube.
Sorry? He needs
A melon tube. He sent me here to buy him a melon tube.
Well, perhaps you'd be better off running your errand at the Western Garden Center then.
You postal workers has got a real funny sense of humor. No, he needs a melon tube to send something to his boys.
Sir, we're prohibited from sending produce overseas.
No, it ain't produce. It's a poster with the articles of faith on it. He don't want to fold it up. He wants to roll it up and put it in a tube and mail it, and that's why
Next!
a melon... What about my melon tube?
This is a .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and it will blow your head clean off. Now, you've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk?
You know, I think he memorized all of them articles of faith to get his CTR ring. Anywho, I'll just, don't you worry about it. I'll just be on my way, okay? Next! Who's next? Don't keep this man waiting. Who's next? Hmm, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Okay. And we'll take your check-ins if you got them. Just call in and say hi. Tell us what you're doing today. You know, it's just a little touch point here. 877-602-9696, or you can text 33986. We'll give a phone caller a Radio from Hell tote bag.
Yeah, we don't tote bag texters.
No.
You got to make the full effort.
Yeah.
For the tote bag.
Yeah.
It's the manly thing to do.
It is.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
The moon is just about full, getting very close now, 91.5% of full. The next full moon will be March 18th. But as it is today, the moon will set at 6:46 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 15th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is Radio from Hell, the morning show that warns, beware the Ides of March.
Oh, yes.
It was on this day in 44 B.C. that Julius Caesar was assassinated. Yes, he was stabbed in the Roman Senate, right in the rotunda. They got Caesar right in the rotunda. So here is a hearty et tu, Brute from the stars of the Radio from Hell show. Local wag, Kerry Jackson.
That's me.
Bill, what's the word on the streets, all red. And Gina, you don't know, Barbary. It's, and Katie for short is our producer. Hi, Katie. And it looks almost like Katie's wearing flannel today. You can see us
It's not
all.
almost.
You bet. I am.
Is it flannel? In
Yeah,
fact?
and it even has the Munsters pins on it.
So it's a grunge Munster look.
Yeah. I'm a grunge kid. I don't know what to tell you.
Katie for short is our producer. You can see all of this, by the way, at x96.com/live. And we have, I'm pretty sure we have, although we never see them, I think they do exist. Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out in the producers. All right? Anybody? It's National Pears Helene Day.
Pears? What's
Pears
Pears Helene? Is that a dessert?
Yes, it is. The origin of Pears Helene can be traced back to 1864 when French chef Georges Auguste Escoffier made a dish from pears poached in sugar syrup and served warm with vanilla ice cream, chocolate syrup, and crystallized violets. He created the dish in honor of the operetta La Belle Helene by Jacques Offenbach.
That sounds delicious
It
and
does,
fancy.
doesn't it? Pears Helene. So, and it sounds actually really pretty easy to do. You know, warm pears in a sugar syrup with chocolate syrup and
No, it sounds difficult.
vanilla ice cream. You wouldn't need the sugar syrup. You could just do the chocolate ice or the ice cream.
I
and the
think you
chocolate
need to
syrup.
follow the recipe. I think when you start leaving, there's a reason it's in there. He
Okay,
probably
you-
tried it the other way, and when it's missing something, what's it missing?
All right. You follow the recipe. I'll just do it the way I want to do it.
You're a
it's-
recipe follower, aren't you?
Oh yeah. I maintain anybody can cook. You just follow the directions.
Rats, anybody can cook.
Yeah. 877-602-9696. That's the number if you want to check in with us.
Then it becomes Pears Billine,
Yeah, so if I did it, you mean? Yeah. My own.
your own version
Yeah.
of it. Teacher Emily checking in. Got to go to the jazz game last night. Donovan Mitchell's mom paid for students from my school to be able to go. I chaperoned.
Nice.
That's nice. Johnny B checking in and sore from putting down a concrete floor yesterday. I plan to take some hits on my generic ibuprofen. Johnny, don't settle for the generic. You go ahead and get the Advil.
You splurge on that
you-
Advil.
you've
it's
earned it.
worth it.
You deserve
Even though
it.
it's
Johnny.
exactly the same.
But you deserve it.
Sugar coating makes all the difference.
You deserve to pay extra for our brand name.
Because what happened there? Somebody had generic Advil or generic ibuprofen and said, you know what would be better? Sugar. I'm going to add sugar to this.
Put sugar on it.
Just like the pears.
Well, they should have named it after instead of ibu. It's right here. It was Jean-Jacques Ibuprofen who did it.
Let's see. Andrew says, I made an Irish soda bread last night. Great with Kerrygold butter.
Oh, yeah. We've got our
St.
Irish.
Patrick's coming
Yeah.
up. We're going to do corned beef and cabbage.
I think that's what Joe's doing on Thursday.
Yeah.
To which
Crafty.
Muhammad was thrilled, and Jonesy was like, can I just have mashed potatoes? So that's how that'll go.
Could have what do they call? I forget the Irish mashed potato dish. She could have cold cannon. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it is. Cold cannon.
Actually, Joe mentioned that he's going to make cold cannon.
Yeah, that's
So
essentially mashed potato. I think there's a little cabbage in it.
there's
and,
like leeks. The one
leeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And a lot of butter.
Mashed into,
The potatoes.
not just on top, but
Delicious,
mixed
yeah.
in with it.
Crafty Lindsay checking in. Day 12 of 16 in Arizona. No daylight savings, and it confused my Utah sensibility.
Have you know? I kind of like the daylight saving time because I notice as I'm sitting at home and I'm getting ready for dinner and it's still light, and I go, oh, it's kind of nice. I like that little extra daylight.
I've decided I'm not going to argue with you anymore about daylight saving time.
Why would you? There's extra light. There is light in my day when there was none before.
I'm glad you have light.
Yeah, there's extra light because we choose to measure the time differently. You're right, Gina. The sun does not change what it does. We change what we do in how we measure it.
I said I'm not going to argue with you anymore.
There is no argument. You can't argue with that.
There's no arguing that today is the 17th anniversary of Tim the Tree Guy and Meg the Manager.
Oh, congratulations.
There you go.
Nice.
17 years. Well done.
Jess checking in. I'm going to L.A. in August to see Motley Crue, Poison, and Joan Jett. The show was supposed to happen 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm. We're all doing things that was supposed to happen 2 years ago.
For now.
I just got a check-in from my son. He says, I'm off to the airport, Chicago bound. Forgot to come and say goodbye before I left. See you next Monday. Love you.
What's in Chicago?
A big convention of haunted house.
Go see the latest and greatest blood.
It's called Transworld.
Stuff. Oh.
It's called Transworld.
It's called Transworld. I have a bunch of friends going.
He's been to it before.
It's cool.
So his work is, kind of sending him out there.
Yeah, that's what Nightmare does.
It's like all of the haunted,
across the whole nation.
Yeah, and so there are a lot of vendors you can buy scary things for your haunted house.
Including animatronics and big pieces too.
Yeah, big stuff. And then there's a haunted house there that's apparently
correct,
incredible at the event.
Yes,
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Traffic, Gina, please.
You know what else is pretty cool? Traffic this morning so far. No incidents being reported by UDOT at this time. All the cameras are showing up green, which means things are moving well. Even the canyons are wide open. No, we don't have any of those traction laws or anything in effect there. So far, so good with your commute. Let's see if we can keep it that way. If you see something that's not so far so good, that needs to be shared with friends of the program, you can always text it to us, 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back after these, and at some point this morning, we need a poop update from Gina Barberi. That's coming up. X96.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Gel. G-E-L, gel. And now to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand are here to show you how Utahns speak. Listen carefully for the word gel. Our word today was supplied by a famed Utah attorney who has undoubtedly heard this word used more times in his life than he cares to remember. The word again is gel.
Hey, LeGrand, how's tricks?
What? How's what?
Tricks. Things. How's things? How's it going with you? How's tricks?
Oh. How's it going? I got you. How's it going?
I asked you first.
What?
How it's going, that's what. Oh. I just asked how's it going, then you... Never mind. What's wrong with you?
Well, sure. I mean, no doubt I'm just fine. I'm a little distracted, maybe. Who wants to know?
Never mind. What's got you so distracted, LeGrand?
Well, I was speaking on the phone with my uncle down to Moab. My Uncle LeGrand.
I'm LeVar, you're LeGrand. That's the...
so's my uncle.
Huh?
Yeah, LeGrand Peterson. He owns a small gravel pit down to Moab.
Wait a second. Ain't you LeGrand Peterson?
No, I'm LeGrand Peterson. He's Peter S-E-N, I'm Peter S-O-N.
Well, hell, that's confusing.
Not to us. But anywho, he wants me to come down to Moab, help him catch some appliance dumpers.
Some what?
Someone has been dumping old appliances into his gravel pit.
Oh.
And he can't catch them. There's like 10 old fridges there and more every couple of days. So my uncle, LeGrand, will have to pay to have them all hauled away. And that's going to get expensive. But if he can catch who's doing it, maybe he can get reimbursed. And if not, well, he's just going to have them thrown in jail.
I guess illegal dumping can get you jail time.
It's jailable, all right. So long as the jails down there ain't full.
Yep.
But I got a few things to take care of first. Hey, LeVar, I just noticed your hair looks kind of different. You using some kind of junk in it?
Yes, my wife made me try it. It's some kind of new hair gel.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
Okay, 6:35. What do we got?
Well, I have tragedy, sad
tragedy.
news to report.
Well, then we should sponsor that.
Yeah, brought to you by the International Sportsman's Expo 2022 at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, March 17th through the 20th. You can listen all week for chances to win tickets, or right now you could text the word Boulder, BOULDER, to 33986 to win tickets and enter to win a $250 Sportsman's Warehouse gift card.
She was one of a kind. She was a Norwegian-born cosmetics entrepreneur and home shopping star who died at the age of 80 in her home in Chester County, Pennsylvania. She was known not just for selling beauty products, but also for being the fifth and most enduring wife relationship of Ernest Borgnine's.
Oh,
Tova Borgnine
Tova
has passed. Her death
She's
was
only
announced.
80? I feel like she should have been older than that.
She was considerably younger than Ernie when they got married. Her death was announced by Michael Urim, president of Tova Beverly Hills, Ms. Borgnine's company. She did not cite a cause. Ms. Borgnine was a red-headed beauty with a makeup boutique that catered to Las Vegas showgirls in 1971 when she was introduced to Ernest Borgnine by, hello there, Marty Allen, the bushy-haired comedian. Though the much-married Mr. Borgnine was wary, he said, forget it, I'm through with women. He recalled telling Marty Allen that, but
She won him over?
She herself had been married 3 times before they met. Ernest Borgnine, by the way, his most famous wife, Ethel Merman. He was married to Ethel Merman, whom he wooed with $10,000 worth of flowers. Their marriage lasted 5 weeks.
Don't you woo her with fish or something? You woo her with...
Huh? What? Why would you woo her with fish?
She's Ethel Merman.
You mean merman as in mermaid, but she's a merman?
Never mind. Never mind.
Here,
Move along.
listen, we could give you a shovel if you want to try and dig yourself out of it. No? Okay. Anyway, Tova Borgnine. Now, Ernest Borgnine said, he was married 5 times. I never got married with the idea of getting divorced. I always wanted a happy home.
Well, who does, Ernest?
You gotta work at it, Ernest.
I did. No, the first time I got married, I thought, oh, yeah, let's get married. If it doesn't work out, we can just get divorced. That's okay.
But you didn't go into it with a mind as, all right, I'll stick with this for a little while and then we'll get divorced.
Well, maybe.
Because the way that he said that, it made it sound like...
Yeah. Yeah. Like it was some novel idea.
Yeah.
And also a tragedy taken from us. Now, I'm not familiar with this guy, but World Wrestling Experience, is it WWE? Is it Experience?
Entertainment? I can't remember now.
Yeah. Scott Hall. I was not familiar with him. He passed away following complications from surgery. He was 63. He was known as Razor Ramon.
Yeah,
Razor
okay.
Ramon. He was placed on life support after experiencing serious medical issues resulting from a procedure on a broken hip. He had a bunch of heart attacks in relationship to this injury and succumbed in the hospital. We mentioned this yesterday, I think, briefly, but Dolly Parton has been nominated for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but she said, no, take my name off of there. I've not really done a rock and roll record. I'd like to, but I haven't.
People were being rude and mean.
Why?
Because they were like, well, she's not a rock and roll. It's the same thing people do when they nominate rap stars or something. Well, they don't belong in the rock and roll. It should just be rock and roll in the rock and roll.
Well, maybe it should, but it isn't, so tough. Yeah. I mean, maybe it should. Maybe she's in the Country Music Hall of Fame. She's been there since the 90s, I saw. But, and maybe people are right. Maybe it should be just rockers, but it isn't. So shut up.
In the instance of Dolly Parton, it's people who have influenced rockers.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that she has.
Beloved across.
And she is beloved.
Transcends.
Didn't you say, Carrie, that her husband said he would like to see her do a rock and roll record?
Her husband likes rock music and said you should do a rock record. And she goes, oh, maybe someday.
Yeah, she did say in regard to this story that she'd like to do one, and maybe she will. A suspect in a series of shootings this month targeting homeless men in New York and Washington was arrested early today. The police in Washington said at least 5 men were shot, 2 of them fatally. The extended shooting spree prompted an intense search across the cities of New York City and Washington. The authorities said the man shot 3 men sleeping outdoors in Washington between March 3rd and March 9th, and 2 men in Lower Manhattan on Saturday. 1 victim in each city died. The Metropolitan Police in Washington said the suspect, was not immediately named, was arrested early today. He's currently being interviewed at our homicide branch. Thanks to community for all your tips. There was a $70,000 reward for information, and apparently that worked and did lead to information that led to his arrest. And
you're shooting homeless people because, they did what to you?
Yeah. Things seem to be holding up as the U.S. crosses into year 3 of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vaccines still do a really good job of keeping people alive and out of the hospital. You may get COVID, but it's the vaccine, lessens the symptoms and keeps you out of the hospital. There's increasing access to tests and to treatment. The number of cases and hospitalizations and deaths are heading in the right direction. If living in a COVID world has taught us anything, though, it's the coronavirus can surprise you. And it can surprise even the smartest public health experts, and the world is not out of the woods yet.
Yep.
A new variant could easily develop and slip past the protection of current treatments and vaccines, setting us back to what life was like 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. I'd hate to think that would happen. And I do feel that relaxation now, and I feel better about things.
Wow.
And I
Do it
hope
now
that
for a break.
continues. Yeah.
Now for a break is okay, but let's keep an eye on things and be
yeah,
ready to pivot back to being more vigilant.
Because if South Korea and New Zealand and China are any indication, we're going to be back. So
they're locking down again because there's been more outbreaks. A state television employee burst into the live broadcast of Russia's most watched news show, and we put the word news in quotation marks.
Yeah.
So it was a live broadcast, and the person had a big sign and jumped onto camera yelling, "Stop the war," and holding up a sign that said, "They're lying to you here." It was an extraordinary act of protest against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The woman who did it, Marina Ovsianko, it's a Russian name, worked for Channel 1, the state-run television channel, whose news broadcast she stormed, according to Russian rights group that is giving her legal support. The group also released a video in which she says she is deeply ashamed to have worked on programs that were Kremlin propaganda. The news show that was on, Vremya, is among the Kremlin's flagship propaganda outlets. Watched by millions of Russians every evening, the off-script intervention underscored how dissent is seeping into public consciousness in Russia, even after Putin has stifled opposition to the war. You know, the people say, well, what's going on with the Russian people? Certainly they don't believe this stuff that Putin is saying. Well, they do. Because
they're controlled the message of what they hear.
Yeah, this is what they hear, this Russian media. They hear that, you know, the United States is producing bioweapons in Ukraine. That's why we have to do this. There are Nazis in Ukraine. It's like people who watch Fox News here. You know, they now, fortunately, we have other news outlets that can say, hold on a minute. What they're trying to tell you isn't necessarily true.
And that the biolab thing, there's a guy on NBC who did a deep dive and found out where that came from. I thought that it was Russian propaganda. No, it sprung here in the United States from anti-vax groups.
Really?
They're the ones who started it because Fauci is the enemy, and
that's right.
It starts there, and and then the Russians saw that and went, "Oh, let's go with that."
That's a good idea.
So, yeah.
A man accused of raping a woman in 2008 in Utah and then faking his own death in 2020 was reportedly found alive a few months ago in Scotland. But he says, no, you've got the wrong guy. Nicholas Rossi was identified as the suspect in the 2008 rape case in Orem after the sexual assault kit was tested in 2017. His DNA was linked to a sexual assault in Ohio. Investigators say they also found that he was connected to a previous police report of sexual assault, harassment, and possible kidnapping from 2007 to 2019 in Utah, Ohio, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. He was charged with rape by the Utah County Attorney's Office in September of 2020. At that time, prosecutors said they didn't know where Mr. Rossi was. An FBI agent in Ohio said he spoke to him over the phone in December of 2019, and he said at that time that he was living in Ireland because there was a non-extradition treaty.
But I didn't do it.
The Office of Utah County Attorney David Levitt announced in January that Rossi had been found in Scotland, living under the name of Arthur Knight. This is like a TV movie.
Yeah.
Prosecutors said he faked his death in February of 2020. The man believed to be Rossi was taken into police custody and is now facing extradition to the United States.
Good.
I'm not sure which state he will go to first. I don't know if it's Utah or not, but people. Biologists, wildlife biologists are all excited here in Utah because they captured a wolverine. For the first time ever, Utah biologists were able to capture a wolverine in the wild after it was spotted in Rich County. The Utah Department of Wildlife Resources announced this incredible event Monday, saying that not only had the wolverine been captured, but it had been captured alive, They drugged it so that they could examine it and just
It's
see
amazing
exactly
skeleton, what he had.
what this.
Really.
You know, what's interesting. There are, they're rare, but there are wolverines living in the wild here, and they're not big. They're about the size of a dog, small dog, a small dog, and yet this wolverine was linked to the deaths of 3 sheep. So they're
mean. Yeah,
they're pretty mean. This is this is from the biologist, the Utah biologist. This is a recording.
You can't get me a Wolverine. I'm you know I'm working nights.
They put a GPS collar on it, and then woke him up and set him free. And they say it's valuable information. They'll be able to track him.
Oh, we've tracked him to a school in upstate Massachusetts. Good heavens!
And finally, let's see, one more story.
Yeah.
Oh, I ought to do something a little lighter than
Wolverine?
Ginny Thomas or.
Ginny Thomas. That's a.
I'm going to go to the Now That's Fun. I'm going to go to the Now That's Fun.
Oh,
file
good.
And see what we have here. Let's see. How about octopuses? Octopuses are increasingly using trash for shelter. Human waste has become so ubiquitous in the ocean, it's becoming easier for octopuses to shelter in our trash rather than in seashells or coral.
This is not fun.
Well, it is fun. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. I want people to... I'll post a link to this. There's an incredible piece of video that's really sweet. There is a little tiny octopus, and he's living in an old discarded Solo cup in the water, and he uses that as his shelter, and it's terrible. It really is terrible. Well, you just see a hand. This hand comes down into the water, a human hand with a shell, and puts it in front of him and says, "Here you go. I want to have you live in a shell. That's what you're supposed to do. Live in an abandoned seashell." Mm-hmm. And the octopus kind of reaches out, and it's tiny. It's got this cute little tentacle, and it reaches out and kind of feels the shell and goes, no, kind of retreats. So they say, oh, maybe it's too big. So they put another shell there, and the octopus feels it. And no. Finally, they find just the right shell. The octopus, yeah. And he comes out of the cup. It's just amazing to see. He comes out of this dirty old Solo cup and gets into the shell, and then they give him a top part of the shell, and they kind of put it over him, and you can tell that this octopus is just as happy. He's happy as a clam, really. Isn't that a nice story?
I mean, yeah, but the fact that they're living in garbage is not.
Well, now we're going to go around. We're going to send divers out, and they'll go find octopuses and give them new homes. That's the, octopuses that have to live in trash. It is awful that and they had a couple of other. Yes.
Excuse me.
Comic book guy. Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Xavier School is in upstate New York, not Massachusetts.
Oh, we go back to that. Yes. Yeah.
Took me a minute.
That's okay. Thank you, comic book guy.
Didn't want to interrupt the octopus story.
No, we appreciate you keeping us our facts right. We do appreciate it. All right. That's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, the Jazz lost last night, unfortunately, for teacher Emily and her students. I'm sure they had a good time anyway. Oh, yeah. They lost to the Bucks 117-111. Kind of exciting news. Utah Jazz are going to be making history this week with the first all-female broadcast team set to cover the March 18th Jazz game.
What?
This is announced because of Women's History Month, Bill.
All women? Well, that'll never work.
I wonder how Sam Elliott feels about that.
What do they know about basketball? The all-female team will include Holly Rowe, Jennifer Azzi, I'm not sure how you say her name, I'm sorry, and Natalie Williams, among other announcers. Studio coverage for pregame, half-game, and postgame. All of it, women doing the whole thing. Jazz are really good about being the front runners in a lot of this stuff, and it makes me proud to be a Jazz fan. They're hosting the Clippers 7 p.m. on Friday from Vivint Arena. And let's see, weather is nothing happening this morning. The rain likely to happen later this evening, 70% chance actually. And it'll be rain down here in the valleys. Hopefully we get some more snow up in the mountains. Rain in the valleys because it's going to be quite warm today. We could get up close to 60 degrees for a high today.
Really? Wow.
Overnight low 37. Much colder tomorrow, 49 for a high on Wednesday. And then that storm clears out on Thursday. We're sunny and 50. Traffic, we have crash on the exit ramp from southbound US 89 to Park Lane in Farmington. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, not causing many issues this morning. And that's the only accident that UDOT's reporting. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program are seeing anything out there. No, but Napalm Allen says Wolverine, pound for pound, most ferocious animal. That's what
they
says.
say.
Mm-hmm.
So,
pound for pound.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have fun facts or traffic or animal notes or anything like that, you can...
Well, excuse me, multiple are called octopi.
No,
octopuses?
that's not the case anymore.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Did
they change that?
Yeah, it's octopuses. And I just tweeted that video. It's Octo in a Cup, and you can see it at RFH Bill. It's worth your time, really. It's a sweet little video and a cute little octopus.
Octo and pup. Let's
Octo
have
and Cup.
No, I know where you're going. And,
It's
boy,
a
I don't know,
Toby Keith
this
song.
poop thing is...
Maybe we should go to a commercial so that we don't have to experience any more of that.
Octopus, though, they're just freaky looking.
They're smart.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
This little one
They
is
can
really
read.
cute.
My dad got in a fight with an octopus once.
Is your dad Aquaman?
No, he was a scuba diver instructor.
Oh, okay.
And he got in a fight over a conch shell, and I actually have the conch shell at my house.
Were they doing this back and forth thing? Like
I want it.
I don't know, but I will be getting an octopus tattoo in honor of my dad because of that.
Well, yeah, I need to find out, because if he was in a tug of war with, you should let the octopus have the shell. I mean, but
it's one of my favorite stories of my dad.
I was reading something the other day that said and this person fully believed it, that octopuses are aliens who came to this earth millennia ago and were left behind, and they're here, but they're from another planet.
They wrote that theory into Resident Alien.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I don't want to spoil anything.
They are delicious. That's what you were going to say.
That's the thing. That's because when I was in Korea, I ate live octopus.
Yeah, I won't eat them anymore. I used to like them grilled, but I won't eat them anymore.
But yeah, that's the thing. They're smart. They're creepy. They're alien and delicious.
I don't think they're creepy. I like.
They creep. They creep along.
It's funny. It's interesting to see this little octopus when he gets his shell, and then he starts to kind of run away with it. He's, I got to get out of here. And they say, "Hold on, you forgot the top of it." And
The texture says octopus aren't the fastest at solving Wordle, but they can do it. That's how smart they are. All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. We got round one of your boners coming up. Kyle is on the way. Our tech segment with Jonathan coming up. All kinds of things on the way. And when do you want to give us your update, Gina?
Oh, geez. I don't know. I mean, I guess next.
It's up to you.
There's not much to report.
Okay. All right. Well,
other than discomfort.
We'll figure it out. KXRK Provo.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but But my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not? That's,
yeah, I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop
That's
locally.
the reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's a pair of some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was from Amazon. And it was $10, and it was free shipping because I'd have Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on your front porch, and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, there's no package anywhere, but clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon, and they said, well. I said, maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else. And they said, well, we'll just refund your money. And I said, well, I don't know. Should I wait a day or two? Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money. And we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble. And I said, okay, thanks. And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, here, this was delivered to my house. Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10. So she comes over and says, here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item. So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't. So
now you're on record.
Right. Well,
this is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them. It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
I said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Okay.
It's like we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to get to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
It just leads us directly into
It's Group Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Great intro. Gina, would you care to recap your poop adventure yesterday?
By the way, this is more than I talk to my husband about these things. I'm just going to say that right now. So last week I was having issues. I was very prolific.
You had diarrhea, very bad diarrhea.
for days.
You were getting dehydrated.
And so my husband said, you should really go to the Instacare and get that checked out. I went to the Instacare. They said, you should really go to the emergency room and get that checked out, which I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a CT scan. That's nothing. I had blood work. That's nothing. So they said, well, we don't know what this is until we know what it is. And in order to know what it is, we got to get a look at it. So to
make. Just go in the other room and make, will you?
So they sent me home with, collection materials. That was Saturday. What's today?
Wednesday. Tuesday, I mean.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened.
So now you're constipated? Is that what you're saying?
Since Saturday.
So you haven't been able to collect a sample?
No. And not only that,
Would you like one of
incredibly...
mine? I can give you some of mine.
I am incredibly uncomfortable because I've eaten. And so once it goes, and at some point, if it's not doing the other thing,
something's got to give.
And I don't feel good at all. So I took some. Trying to reverse the problem.
Took a little softener?
I've taken 2 of them and it hasn't done anything. So now I don't know what to do.
Wow.
Well,
no, I don't know what to
do. Do you have one of those plumber's snakes around? Those. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that long.
I think it's time for other measures to be taken, but I don't know what those measures are.
Perhaps you. So this is just call me crazy, but maybe you could consult with a medical professional.
Well, here's my next problem. I have 2 really good friends who are GI doctors.
Oh, really?
But I don't want them.
You don't want them to know that you have a gastrointestinal tract?
No, I just don't want them dealing with it.
I don't have listen, I don't have a GI.
If you have a friend who's an eye doctor, or a, but a GI doctor,
I think it would be fun if you called one of them and said, I'm sorry, but I'd like to talk shop a little bit. Honestly, they're your friends. I think they'd be relieved and thrilled.
Relieved. See, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be relieved, Carrie. That's the right word.
You really should. As a matter of fact, you should see if you can get one of them to call in, and we'll diagnose this on the air. That would be exciting.
Well, one of them worked on Todd because they discussed it.
Well,
like, I'm a friend of Gina.
Yeah, no, then I don't want to. I don't want that. No,
yeah, you don't call the other one. Call the other one.
The other one
that didn't work on Todd. Let's see, and of course, all GI experts,
of course,
weighing in. Cement Dave says you're probably so empty that everything that you took is replenishing what was lost, and that's why.
I mean, I like to think that, but
try eating pears.
Did you get the pears?
Coffee.
Raisins works for me. Don't go to raisins.
Don't go to WebMD because it's cancer.
For sure. That's
warm salt water.
Drink it or
drink it
with it.
Squirt it.
They say drink it, but I don't think that's
squirt it. I think you squirt it.
She just needs to eat French fries. Her body is revolting.
This is the funny thing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had French. I think my body doesn't know.
And whoever said her body is revolting is right.
She needs to pump her legs like you do with babies when they have gas.
Yeah. You lay down, honey, and I'll pump your legs.
Pump your legs when they have popcorn and Miralax. What? Oh,
there's all kind. Raisins.
Like you cover the popcorn with Miralax? Is that what you do?
You have popcorn and down it with Miralax, I guess. I don't know.
Is that a liquid? Miralax?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you take.
The prep?
When you do your prep for your colonoscopy.
No. It's just weird to go from one extreme to the other. in a week.
So you're, but I mean, it's not just that you're kind of filling up, replenishing your.
No,
colon.
there's
You can tell
there's a
block somewhere. There's a suspicious
it's right
lump.
here.
Is
yeah.
it like a python? It's like a python.
Yes.
A python that swallowed a suckling pig.
Gina, would you please call one of your friends that's the GI, please? Because you know what's going to happen. The Barbary luck, the way it's going to go.
It'll burst.
If you don't start taking care of this now.
I know. I don't want to. I hate being one of those people though who has doctor friends and go, and I know that. Can I just text you and not actually make an appointment with you?
People are wondering if your friends listen to the show.
I don't. Sometimes.
I'm guessing no.
Yeah.
Would you please contact one of them, please?
I will.
Or go to Of course, if you try to make an appointment with a GI person, you'll say, let's see, we can get you in August.
Yeah.
You're a new patient.
Yeah. I even took a long walk yesterday with Riley, thinking that surely this will get things. No.
Usually it does.
You know those, remember those traction boots, where you put a bar between the two, in the doorway, and then you could hang on the bar upside down.
Gravity
boots. Yeah. Maybe you try hanging upside down.
Well, this is the closest thing that this text here. It says, "This is what happens when you don't fart in front of your husband. Her farts have come home to roost." Chat room is suggesting a suppository of some kind. Yeah, right to the source kind of thing.
I've always found a wet cigar works okay.
Jeez. I apologize for making this a topic of conversation. I'm sorry.
Well,
like I said, get this,
I think it's, I think this is, you shouldn't feel bad about that, because actually we're joking around about all of this, but people have similar problems, and I think you need to be an example.
Okay.
And make sure that you get the kind of, if you really can, there's like a lump there.
Yep, right here.
Is there really?
Yes.
Then maybe you accidentally ate a baseball in your sleep.
I don't know.
Let's see. Just wait till you get to the third stage of this ordeal. The funniest thing we do in pediatrics is soap bubble enemas. Very effective.
That sounds fun.
What?
Colonoscopy, a.k.a. the night of 1,000 waterfalls.
Well, that's what I thought last week. I was all prepped for it.
Take metformin. You'll be squeaky clean in no time.
I love how we have experts everywhere.
Yes,
Thank you.
Well, these people have pivoted from becoming experts on Ukraine to now experts on this.
They know everything.
White grape juice gets things moving.
We have people out there, it sounds like, who believe that a good cleanse every once in a while is something you should do. Which is nonsense.
And here's the best text I've seen. This is, she should contact her friend, or she can just let it kill her. You see?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, Gina. Would
there you
please
embarrassed
get over your embarrassment?
Yeah. Because, if you don't want to fool around with, if things blow open down there, you're a goner.
This is the best text so far. Put a seashell next to it and tempt it out.
Nope.
Oh.
All right.
Where's my cookie? We're talking poop on X96 Radio from Hell.
Yep. Everybody has.
Yeah.
I'll call somebody.
Because everybody has advice, because everybody poops, or so I'm told.
It's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
Everybody does.
All right. Traffic, please.
Okay, let's see if things are moving there. Because maybe the only place.
Traffic's like Gina's colon this morning.
Crash on the exit ramp from southbound US 89 to Park Lane in Farmington. Vehicles are now on the right shoulder, not causing too much trouble through there. Crash northbound I-15, 33rd South and South Salt Lake. That's off to the right shoulder. Looks like that's it. If you have more, doctoral advice or traffic sightings or Wolverine information, any of that, that can all be sent to us via text at 33986.
All
right.
See. Boners, round one.
Round one coming up, yeah.
Yeah, here are the candidates. Number one, we need a doggy bag. We got to take some food to the kids. Boner candidate number two, we don't feel guilty about our Don't Feel Guilty curriculum. And boner candidate number three, come on, put them up, Vlad.
Boners round one coming up in our next break. Stand by. Let's see. Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda, I have purchased two or three cars, I think, from Stockton 12 Honda, and always had a great experience. They're in the Southtown Auto Mall out in Sandy on Auto Mall Drive. Stockton 12 Honda, I mean, there's a reason that Stockton 12 Honda's been around so long, because the community trusts them to deliver. They know that they'll get good service and good deals at Stockton 12 Honda. The promise at Stockton 12 Honda is that they'll help you achieve your dream of car ownership at the best possible price, and they will always be mindful of your time and not stretch things out and make things take forever to buy a car. And they're also mindful of your time when you use the Stockton 12 Honda service department. I recommend them highly. Shane Parrish, the general manager, and all of the great crew, salespeople out there, and the technicians in the shop. Stockton 12 Honda, Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy.
The definition.
Terry? Yeah. It's Bill. I don't think I can make it into work this morning.
Bill, it's 2 a.m. What the hell's the problem? Wait a minute. You're not staying up all night watching Mary Tyler Moore on Nick at Night again, are you?
Yeah. Mayor has such a great job. She works with such fun people. I just can't make it in to do the show today unless...
Unless what?
Well, if you call me right back, I could probably make it in.
Fine. I'll call you right back.
Hello.
Mary, this is Lou Grant.
Oh, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know what time it is, Mary. I looked at the clock the minute I ran out of scotch. Mary, I need you to do something for me for this morning's production meeting.
Really, Mr. Grant? Anything.
I need you to come in early and make coffee for the TV station brass.
Coffee, Mr. Grant.
And I need you to sharpen up a bunch of pencils, too.
Mr. Grant,
And I want you to present your idea for that WJM News Magazine show that you want to do.
I on Minneapolis? Really, Mr. Grant?
Really, Mary. And I'm going to tell the station owner that Mary Richards is the best associate news producer I've ever worked with.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
So I'll see you at the station bright and early, Mary?
Yes.
Good night, Mary.
Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Who was that, Bill?
There is no Bill. There's only Mary. I'm sorry I woke you, Ted.
Oh, God. That's all right, Mary. Say, Mayor, I was thinking about that Eye on Minneapolis show that I'm going to anchor. Why couldn't we call it Ted Baxter's Eye on Minneapolis?
Ted, I don't think Mr. Grant would approve that.
I'll just beg him until he gives in. I'll just go, oh, come on, Lou. Please, please, Lou. Please.
All right, 7:19 right now. People are laying bets as to when you will leave the show this morning, Gina.
I'm fine.
Because they're thinking with 2 stool softeners, it's bound to happen by, well, let's see, 8:40 seems to be the popular.
I'm hoping.
When did you take them? Yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Took one at like 11 and one at like 8 o'clock last night.
Oh,
I
well,
waited,
there
and then
we
I'm
go.
like,
Yep,
So-
I'm thinking 8:40. All right.
let's all be there.
Take us into the room with you, Gina, when this happens.
It's one of the benefits of broadcasting from home.
You got the camera there. You can.
No.
All right. Well, let's see. It is 7:20 right now. Time for round 1 of your boners. Presenting now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Boner means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third here in a bit. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and then later on I'll explain Boner of the Day and round 2 and all of that. But one of you random Boner voters will receive.
Let's see, we have Rise Against tickets. They're coming to the complex on July 26th.
Boner candidate number 1, we need a doggy bag so we can take some food to the kids. First of all, I don't think they don't ever say that anymore, do they, at a restaurant? Would you like a doggy bag?
No.
They'll just say, would you
Can I wrap
box?
that up for you?
Or can I get you a box?
Yeah.
Or, and then second of all about this Boner candidate, if we have a picture at x96.com/live of the couple involved in this, the woman looks almost exactly like the man if you put a beard on her. It's a couple. An Odessa couple, Odessa, Texas. They're behind bars right now after police say they left their 3 kids in a car while they went inside of a restaurant to eat. According to the Odessa Police Department, Joseph Bellis and Cassidy Bellis left their 3 young children inside their vehicle with the motor running for more than an hour while they were in the Texas Roadhouse. Do we have that picture?
Kids into the Texas Roadhouse.
Do we have that picture?
I don't see it.
We don't? Because also the ages of these people, Joseph is 28 and Cassidy is 27. You would think that they were much older looking at the picture.
They've had hard living?
I think so. The man and the woman were taken into custody March 5th after witnesses called 911 to report the situation. They have been charged with child abandonment and endangering. An arrest affidavit stated that the parents were drinking alcohol in the Texas Roadhouse. Both had a strong odor of alcoholic beverage emitting from their breath. While searching the vehicle, police also found a couple of ounces of marijuana. It says here where the children could have reached it.
I think that was the least of their problems with all this.
That's piling on by law enforcement right there. That's what that is. Parents, they said these are not parents. I don't know what they are, but they're not parents. Leaving their kids in the car, the motor running for an hour while they're in the Texas Roadhouse. Holy crap. Boner candidate number 1. We need a doggy bag so we can take some food to the kids. This Boner candidate number 2. We don't feel guilty about our Don't Feel Guilty curriculum. I've actually had this in the Boner file for a few days. The Florida Senate voted last week to ban public schools and private businesses from teaching people to feel guilty for historical events committed by people of their race, addressing a top priority of Republican Governor Ron DeSantis.
Because that's what's happening. Teachers, in their lesson plan, it says, number 1, make kids feel guilty. That's the first item of business.
The bill, which passed the GOP-controlled state Senate by a vote of 24 to 15, would also prohibit instruction that says certain races or certain sexes are either privileged or oppressed. The legislation previously passed by the State House 74 to 41 and now heads to Ron DeSantis's desk, where it says here he's expected to sign it. Yeah, he will. The crackdown on certain teachings about race in Florida is part of a national effort by Republicans to remove critical race theory, or what they perceive as critical race theory, from school curricula, even where it does not exist.
It doesn't.
The movement
exist.
has mobilized conservative parents and voters and has turned schools into the front lines of a national culture war leading up to the 2022
Why is the Republican Party so bent on passing laws for things that aren't problems?
This is the only way they think they can win an election.
Yes, that's exactly right.
That's all it is.
And
this
all
is
of
all
this,
cheap vote getting.
Exactly, and it all springs from these. First of all, these white supremacy groups that infiltrate these right-wing think tanks, and then they spread this all out. And they do. They think this is a winning thing. Yeah. But here's the thing. It's not guilt. It's empathy that you're feeling. It's not guilt.
Exactly. It's the trans stuff. It's this.
Yeah.
It's the book.
This is, it's
all of its roots in white supremacy.
All of it, and all of it is just a mean-spirited, a craven attempt to get votes.
Yep.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Come on, put up your dukes, lad. Come on.
All right. We'll have that for you coming up. What do we have here?
Jane Campion has apologized to the Williams sisters.
Oh, good.
And as apologies go, I think it's a pretty good one.
Well, let's see. Let's sponsor it and see if it's worthy of that. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons, Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Jane Campion, director of Power of the Dog, made a comment when she was accepting her BAFTA, British Academy Award, made a comment about being a woman in show business and being a woman director. And this started because Sam Elliott criticized her movie, and she said Sam Elliott isn't a cowboy, and I like him, but he shouldn't have, he doesn't know anything about it. And then when she accepted her award, Jane Campion said, Venus and Serena Williams, you are such marvels. However, you don't play against the guys like I have to. In addition to being an inaccurate statement, some perceived Campion's statement, most people, as a matter of fact, perceived her statement as being dismissive of two very successful
what I have is
women.
Hard. What you do is hard, but what I do is really hard.
Here's her apology.
Okay.
I made a thoughtless comment equating what I do in the film world with all that Serena Williams and Venus Williams have achieved. I didn't intend to devalue these two legendary black women and world-class athletes. The fact is, the Williams sisters have actually squared off against men on the court and off the court, and they have both raised the bar and opened doors for what is possible for women in this world.
Amen.
The last thing I would ever want to do is minimize remarkable women. I misspoke. I feel bad about it, and I'm sorry.
She owned up to it, so
that's a good apology. And Billy Idol is ill, very dangerously ill.
Yeah.
I think it has to do some bowel problem. I think.
No, it's a sinus problem.
He's got a staph infection that resulted from a bad sinus infection. He had to have a sinus procedure. I don't know, deviated septum or whatever. And he got MRSA. And that's not good.
That ain't no good.
MRSA is resistant to oral antibiotics.
You know, a man like Billy Idol has probably had about every bug that comes around. So he's probably been on antibiotics. So I'm just guessing. He's He himself is resistant to antibiotics.
Well, he's not doing well. The number of coronavirus cases reported in Utah over the weekend averaged just over 123 a day, according to the Utah Department of Health. That's well below the average of 169 over the past 7 days. There were 160 new cases on Friday, 125 Saturday, 84 Sunday, according to the Health Department. 18 cases were removed from the list after further testing determined, hey, wait a minute, you don't have COVID? Get out of here. The state also reported 6 more deaths, bringing the total since the pandemic to 4,545 deaths from COVID here in Utah. The latest developments in the Ukraine, 3 European leaders traveling to Kyiv on Tuesday to express the European Union's unequivocal support for Ukraine and to offer financial help. The Czech and Polish governments said even as fighting rages around the city, they are there to offer financial help. Half a dozen loud blasts shook central Kyiv in the pre-dawn hours. The leaders of the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovenia were traveling by train. They crossed into Ukraine early this morning. As evidence grows that Russia's advance has stalled across multiple fronts, talks between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators were set to resume today. And I think it was yesterday, the Ukrainian negotiators and the Soviet negotiators said, we're talking about substantial things and we're talking amiably and making progress.
Okay, I hope that's true.
So there is some glimmer of hope that they're going to forge some kind of a truce that will be amenable to both sides, I hope. Water restrictions here in Utah. We're going to have some, probably not enough. More water restrictions will be imposed across the state as the drought continues into another year. We've had the driest January and February on record, said Candace Hassenjaeger, Executive Director of Utah's Division of Water Resources. Recent storms have helped, of course, but not nearly enough to avoid pending restrictions. Reservoirs are all still about half full. That's 10% lower than this same time last year. So what kind of restrictions can we do we think we'll see? Well, it depends on what part of the state you live in, but you will undoubtedly see time of day watering ordinances that will be strictly enforced rather than,
we watered our lawn hardly at all last year, and it did just fine. I was surprised how well it did with as little as we water. You don't need to water it as much as you think you do.
Other cities are looking at landscaping ordinances, and conservation is of course a big deal. It looks as though the Washington County Water Conservancy District will have to enact special fees for people who are deemed high water users.
Golf courses.
It'll be $1 per 1,000 gallons over the allotment. So you'll have an allotment of water. If you go over, you'll have to start paying extra. If you put a meter on everybody's water, and say
that was talked about in
and they should, and they say here's how much you can. Now, if you would be able to use more, but you'd have to pay more. And so that would probably get people to be more mindful of the amount of water they're using.
Well, and depending on how things go in the next few months, we're going to get our front yard xeriscaped. We're going to do that.
And then finally this story, and then we'll get to boner candidate number 3.
A couple of minutes.
Oh, do we have? Let me do this story then, and then I'll end it with another easier one. This is very interesting to me. A document was found by federal prosecutors in the possession of a far-right leader, and it contained, surprise, surprise, a detailed plan to surveil and storm government buildings around the Capitol on January 6th of last year.
There you go.
The document, titled 1776 Returns, was cited by prosecutors last week in charging the far-right leader, Enrique Tarrio, the former head of the Proud Boys extremist group, with conspiracy. The indictment of Mr. Tarrio described the document in general terms, but people familiar with it added substantial new details about the scope and complexity of the plan that it set out for directing an effort to occupy six House and Senate office buildings and the Supreme Court last January 6th.
Didn't Lauren Boebert tweet something on January 6th about today's our 1776? Didn't she tweet
I don't
something
recall.
like that on that day?
And then finally this story, and there are more details about that document if you want to look into it, but nobody likes paying more for things, especially in times such as these when rampant inflation is driving up the price of everything. But suppliers do have other options besides increasing prices. I think we mentioned this the other day. Instead of charging you more for a product, manufacturers, suppliers can cut costs by making their products smaller. So the next time you grab your favorite snack or your favorite drink, don't check the price, check the weight. You could be experiencing what's called shrinkflation.
Yes.
Shrinkflation, the word alone has been around for at least a decade, but the concept has renewed interest as America is facing the worst inflation rates in generations. If you buy a bag of Doritos, for instance, expect about 5 fewer chips in your bag. Frito-Lay report
5 chips,
and they really
adds
5
up.
chips a bag when you sell hundreds of thousands of bags of Doritos. That adds up. Frito-Lay reportedly confirmed that they dropped the weight of bags from 9.75 ounces to 9.25 ounces. They said it's because of inflation. We had to do it. We just took a little bit out of the bag so we can give you the same price and you can keep enjoying your chips.
Meanwhile, Frito-Lay showing record profits.
Well, of course. Gatorade has changed the method they use for shrinking what consumers get. They've redesigned the bottle. They say, we redesigned it so that it's more aerodynamic. And it also has less Gatorade in it.
And see, I knew, Sue's right, I knew we finished those Cool Ranch chips faster than usual.
Yeah, see, there you go. If you like Apple Jack cereal.
I do.
It may look the same on the shelf. There are fewer Apple Jacks in the box of cereal.
Cinnamon Crunchy Apple Jacks?
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So today, most of the day will be partly sunny and warm. Could get up to 60 for a high today. Then this evening, when that storm comes through, it'll definitely be rain because it's so warm. 70% chance of rain tonight into tomorrow. Hopefully some of that is snow up in the mountains where we need it. Then that rain continues through midday Wednesday, it looks like. And then we clear up and things are sunny for Thursday. Let's see, overnight low 37. Traffic, we have a crash at the intersection eastbound 54 South 32nd West. Traffic is backed up to Bangor Highway. Westbound, northbound, and southbound directions of traffic all are seeing delays in that area. 4-car crash northbound I-15 33rd South and South Salt Lake. All vehicles are on the right shoulder. Traffic backed up to 45th South. Crash at the exit ramp from southbound US 89 Park Lane in Farmington. And let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. Nope, but if you see something, please feel free to share it with us. 33986 is where you do that. X96 presents Rise Against live at the Complex this July 26th. For more details, you can go to x96.com.
Boner candidate number 3. Come on, put them up, Vlad. Put up your dukes. Jeez. You heard about this earlier. I think we played a little Seth Meyers drop about
Trevor Noah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Trevor Noah. Elon Musk has challenged Vladimir Putin to a fist fight. He says, I hereby challenge Vladimir Putin to single combat, and the stakes are Ukraine. The translation is pretty simple. He's asking Putin to rumble, noting that the winner will take Ukraine. As you know, Elon has directly involved himself in the conflict in a good way by offering internet support and other tech resources to help Ukrainians deter Russia. Just to make sure that Vlad and company got the message, though, Elon said, "Are you ready? Are you ready to go? You want to fight?"
Can we go a week without him making me regret my purchases?
No.
You can like your car, Gary. With
On the other hand,
not just that.
he has supplied internet service to Ukraine and make sure that's up. So, boner candidate number 3. Come on, put him up, Vlad.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. We need a doggy bag so we can take some food to the kids. Parents arrested after leaving their kids in the car while it was running for an hour while they went to dinner at the Texas Roadhouse. Boner candidate number 2, we don't feel guilty about our don't feel guilty policy, or curriculum rather. Florida Senate passing a Republican-backed ban on teaching students to feel guilty. It's not allowed. And boner candidate number 3, come on, put them up, Vlad.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. And we got round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Send that winner to Boner Dome as well. Then at 9:20, you'll vote between those 2. You'll decide who is Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, let's send one of these 3 forward so they get that chance. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 15, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages, so let's go. This is round 1.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 fingers of death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas,
Lamas?
yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry to taste no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews,
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely, doesn't
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, 7:46. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a Korean-inspired street tacos.
And Hoops fans, go over to Gracie's. Get some intense college basketball action there. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day this Thursday. Eat some nachos, watch some hoops, drink some brews at Gracie's. Must be 21 to enter.
Boner candidate number one, we need a doggy bag so we can take some food out to the kids. A Texas couple at the Texas Roadhouse eating dinner. They left their kids, 3 kids, toddlers, in the car. Well, we kept it running because the heat was on, but they left them in the car while they went into the Texas Roadhouse for dinner. Boner candidate number 2, we don't feel guilty a bit about our Don't Feel Guilty curriculum. State of Florida passing legislation that says it's illegal now to teach students to feel guilty for history. And boner candidate number 3, come on, put him up, Vlad. Elon Musk challenging Vladimir Putin to a fight. And the winner will take Ukraine. Yeah. Well, the couple who left the kids in the car while they went to the Texas Roadhouse, they got 99 votes, almost
Really?
100 votes, which I think, they got those votes because, well, it was Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, okay.
Rather than...
People wanted to go to Texas Roadhouse, sure.
But the winner of the boner voting, with well over 100 votes, was number 2.
Yeah.
Don't feel guilty about our Don't Feel Guilty curriculum.
It's the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. We'll see. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there and send that one forward. Both will face off. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning, and that's when you decide boner of the day. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Nope. Dive in.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
He is a strange, enchanted boy.
Mm-hmm.
He is our son. That is Carrie's and mine. We're pretty sure.
Yep.
Although we've never DNA tested it, but
nope.
But we're pretty sure, because he's made us sure after all these years, that he is one or both of our sons. And Kyle, I had a text or an email, I can't remember, was one critical email that said, you don't let Kyle talk enough. So I'm sorry, Kyle. Do you feel that we don't, or I don't let you talk enough?
Oh, no, I feel like I have to talk too much.
Quit making this poor man who has a difficult time talking talk so much.
I think that the person was genuinely thinking, I want to hear more of the Kyle Brown story.
Sure.
Kyle has ALS, which is fatal. And that's why he talks the way he's talking, because it affects his speech in this
Can't we
case.
think of a different word than fatal?
Death?
Deadly?
How about
terminal?
Pushing up daisies?
I just think that maybe
Taking
there's
a dirt
softer
nap?
way to
Is that-
talk about it.
Are you laughing, Kyle?
No. Right, I am.
Yeah. So I don't know. Is there more that you would like to say than we've allowed you to say?
No, not at all. I appreciate their concern, but it really gets tough for me to talk.
We have talked a little bit about alternative treatments for ALS, and I know you've been, and you and your wife have been fighting to have some kind of legislation which would allow physicians to use drugs that are already in existence off-label. No, I guess that means that they were developed for something other than ALS, but there is a thought that they might be helpful with that. How is that all going, and where have you gotten on that? Kyle, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me there?
There,
now we
perfect,
can, yeah.
right there. There you
Okay.
go. Don't move.
Yeah. It is coming along, but as usual with the government, is very slow.
Yeah.
And for example, one of those drugs that is already used for something else is called predopidine.
Predopidine?
Yes.
That sounds made up almost.
I forget.
Yeah.
It does. And I forget what it's used for, but I had my chemist doing find me predopidine. And in the U.S., he found it, but a 1 month supply was about $60,000.
Oh, 60 grand?
Yeah.
For a month supply.
And so we found it somewhere else, way cheaper, and we're about to order it, but something came up.
The law?
And where well, it was in the Ukraine.
Little problem, yeah.
Is that where you were going to get it? Was from Ukraine?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh. Have you, Gina? I know you look things up. Have you looked up predopamine?
Well, I'm not quite sure how to spell it.
Is it PRE? Dopamine?
Yes.
So dopamines are
Dopamine or dopamine?
Dopamine. Dopamines are drugs that I think they use for brain function, and I think.
Yeah.
remember what it was originally used for.
I don't. Dopamine. I know. Do you know?
I know. And also, part of that bill was to get funding for the small drug companies who have promising drugs on the way down, then fund it. But and that passed. But getting the money now actually out and distributed is just taking a lot of time.
Yeah, and time is of the essence when you are suffering from ALS and bulbar ALS. Time is your enemy in a way, or dopamines are.
And,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say is one of the things that's been difficult in drug trials is it's hard to test people because they tend to die pretty soon.
Yeah.
The window of opportunity is not wide.
Have you volunteered for testing of some sort, Kyle?
I have, but these wait lists, everyone wants in.
Everyone wants in, yeah.
So I'm trying to, I have been working with the hospitals in Utah, and professionals here are pretty much useless. So we found one in Arizona that hopefully I'll be going to in maybe a month.
Oh, okay.
All right. Kyle, let us know. Listen, we have to go. I did look up dopamines. They're neurotransmitters, and they're basically, there are dopamine treatments that they give to people who are depressed, and they want them to be happy. And so it's known as the happy hormone. So, but I don't know what pre-dopamine
They also use it for Parkinson's as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that in that Robin Williams movie.
Yeah.
Kyle, are you feeling okay? We're going to go, but are you feeling physically okay still?
I mean, I'm okay, yeah.
Okay. We'll talk to you next week, and we'll do a little more
Look over
research.
there.
Okay.
Look
over
there.
there.
Oh, there. What?
Look over here.
What?
Over here?
Where?
Look. Oh, if I'm messing this up.
We could hang up for you.
It's okay.
Oh,
there he goes.
He likes to be the first one to hang up.
That's true. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash on southbound Washington Boulevard, Adams Avenue in South Ogden. The right lane and shoulder are blocked. Crash at the intersection of 54 South 32nd West. Traffic is backed up to Bangor Highway. The westbound, northbound, and southbound directions of traffic also seeing delays. 4-car crash northbound I-15 33rd South in South Salt Lake. All vehicles are on the right. And not sure if this is still causing an issue, but I'll mention it. Crash at the exit ramp southbound US 89 Park Lane in Farmington. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us if you see anything, and we'll pass along 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with our Tech Talk with Jonathan Deasing coming up after this. Find out what we got in store there. Boners Round 2, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com.
Want to save $100 instantly?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, go
Just
to Big O
like
Tires. Yeah, go to Big O Tires. $100 instant savings, it says, on selected in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires through March 27th.
Now, the rain's not supposed to happen until this evening. So right now, go to BigOTires.com. You get yourself a new set of tires. You can get an appointment there by going to BigOTires.com, and you can get all new tires before that rain comes. Wouldn't that be nice?
That would. Now, you may say, well, I don't know if I have the money. I can't. No credit needed, instant financing at Big O Tires. No matter what your budget, no matter what your situation, they've got financing tailored for you. So find your local Big O Tire store. Do what we've all done. We know where ours is. You need to find out where yours is. So all you got to do is go to bigotires.com.
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning we wake up. Morning's going fine. Everything's good. Making coffee, the whole thing. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my two dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And so
we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah.
So she can, get loves. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So
or just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
Truly? Some people would.
What she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain. It's happening. Now, Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard. He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will...
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that. But, yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the... rest of the day.
Killer.
He just did that stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town. A killer. Little beetle.
All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, we have on the line with us now Jonathan Deasing. He's the host. Hi, Jonathan. He's the host of the 2-Bit Gamer Show.
3-Bit.
3-Bit Gamer Show. 2-Bit is even worse.
Oh man, it could be better.
The 3-Bit Gamer Show. It's a podcast about gaming, and Jonathan hosts it along with a couple of other yahoos. And he's here to talk tech with us. You scream, I scream, we all scream for nice screens.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
Tell us about it.
Okay, so the first thing that's out going on in the world of tech, this is so cool. This is cool to me because this was what I grew up with, is Nokia cell phones.
Yeah.
And Nokia is bringing back the cheap, durable cell phone of yesteryear.
Oh, good.
I had one of those. I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that you could drop and you were less worried about like the phone than what surface you dropped it on.
Yeah.
And that's been kind of gone by the wayside in the era of smartphones, which you replace every year and they break if you drop them slightly. And so this is kind of a cool trend. I just wanted to highlight. These are the newest kind of like the low grade lines of Nokia, and that's not really to say low grade. These have everything you'd expect out of a phone: front facing, back facing camera, big screen, internet, everything. It just doesn't
I was
have big
thinking
OS
this was
up.
just going to be just a phone to make calls on. This does all of that. Okay.
Still a smartphone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like $200. It's like the most expensive one I think is like $300. There's 3 of them. But honestly, like that price point, the durability, the fact that it has a removable battery. Which, do you remember that? Instead of having to go make an appointment to have some guy, specially pull your phone apart to replace the battery. Nope, you can just buy a new one. So hopefully this means that maybe the era of $1,000 phone every couple of years is
Hope
over.
it catches
We'll see.
on. Yeah.
And in the iOS updates, we just got one over the weekend, and it takes forever to
It takes forever.
download.
Then like half your apps don't work well anymore. You're like,
Yeah.
why
You
did I
gotta-
do this?
You got to mess with them for a week. Let's see.
Let's move on
Next
then.
up,
Okay.
Yeah, we've got PSVR 2, which we knew was coming. This is the latest virtual reality headset from PlayStation that goes with the PlayStation 5. So Gina can use it.
Thanks,
Far few other people can. But this is,
and I do mean thanks, Jonathan.
Oh, little assist, did you? A little assist with the PS5, did you? Okay.
You need all the help you can get to even get one these days. And I honestly don't know if the PSVR 2 will be even available. We don't really have a price point yet. So it could be as much as a PS5, honestly. It could be $500. But they released the specs on it, and at least it looks cool. So we can look at it.
Yeah.
It's a much lighter headset than before. It's got cool vents, and it's more accessible. I should say, I think people, if they had started on the PSVR, would be like, oh, this is kind of a fun, clunky experience. I think we're hoping that this one will be a more general experience, and then anyone, like now Gina can have a really high-end VR headset that she can play on.
So when you say a headset, are you talking about like the big goggle things, and that you're okay? Like in that TV show Upload,
and then Gina. Then Gina can get it and get that lawnmower riding, simulator.
Lawnmower simulator.
And
yes.
Just like you're out
You
there.
got to wake up early on Saturday to play lawnmower simulator.
There you go, Gina.
All right, where are we going now?
Next, we've got, this is really cool because we found out that there's rumors from Apple, but I think, guys, in the future, laptops are just going to be a big foldable screen. Like a big tablet that just folds in half. That seems to be the trend.
Mm-hmm.
And if Apple does this, which is a rumor, but it's kind of a well-sourced rumor, and it kind of makes sense. But if Apple moves this direction with their MacBooks, you can kind of expect the industry trend to go along.
Well,
there was one that came out last year, and I think, it was 2021, so
Mm-hmm.
who was watching computer laptop releases? But Lenovo released one of these, and it is the coolest looking, and I guess it's a really functional thing. It even has like a keyboard that clicks on the bottom of the folding half if you want to use a physical keyboard.
I'm looking
Or
at
you
it,
use, like,
that video you sent. This is cool.
Yeah. Isn't that slick? And you think,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, I guess that makes sense, because you always think in your head, how would that even work? And then it shows in the video how it works, and you're like, oh, well, that's clever. I kind of want one, but I don't have $4,000.
Oh,
so
no.
these will be kind of inaccessible, I think, for most of us for a couple of years, but I think these are really cool, and I think the idea of having just a bigger screen that just like, whoop, and it folds into a huge screen is going to make these very appealing to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And then this is the last thing. There are not a lot of games that came out this month, but this one is worth highlighting. It's called Weird West, and it is just the coolest looking thing.
Is it weird?
It's so weird. Click on that video, and you will have an answer to your question almost immediately. It's a top-down, they're calling it a sandbox simulator. It's got a supernatural Western backdrop. So this idea is that you're going through this supernatural Western setting, and every action you take, everything you do, is going to have a very lasting consequence throughout the rest of your playthrough. If you go rob a merchant, right, and you shoot one of the merchants, but one gets away, well, you better expect that one is going to come up. That person is going to come find you later in your game, some point, and they're going to have a vendetta against you.
What do they call that perspective, Jonathan, where you're looking down on it?
It's top down. So it's kind of like ants below you, and you're kind of like a god controlling your characters, if you think of it that vision.
Well, okay. I was going to say like you're a drone hovering above, but if you want to go god status, sure.
Yeah.
Now you know why I play video games.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think
there's werewolves in this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets weird. It's this genre that I think has definitely not been tapped into enough. It's actually called Weird West, is like the I guess you'd say the movie genre.
Mm-hmm.
But there, the idea that there's aliens and supernatural horrors that show up in a Western.
Well, there was
setting.
that
It's so
terrible
cool.
movie, Cowboys and Aliens.
Cowboys and Aliens didn't do a lot for the genre, but hopefully this will, because this one looks really neat.
Yeah,
it's on, and what's cool about this one, it's on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and PC. So if you don't have one of the newer consoles, you can still play this game, which is really neat.
So
and
if
this comes out at the end of the month.
I'm not a gamer, Jonathan. So if I just have a PC, a laptop even, I can get that game and play it on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Bill, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
If you send me like the type of laptop you have,
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's a really cool website you can go to that's called canirunit.com, and you can it will check your computer specs that you're on, the computer you're on the website, and you can just type in any game you want, and it'll tell you if your computer can run that game, and it can tell you if you can run it at like the high specs or the low specs.
Canirunit.com. Well, I'll do that. Okay.
There you go.
And then I have to pay for the Weird West, right?
Well, sure.
Yes, actually, I think it's systemrequirementslab.com, but if you Google Can I Run It, there's a billion releases. Sorry, because I just Googled it.
Okay. All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. Canirunit.com.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right. Thank you. All right,
Is there any
traffic
way I can
planes.
get it for free?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Stuff
Maybe.
costs money.
All right. All right, let's see, traffic, right?
Crash northbound I-215 west 47th south off-ramp in Taylorsville. That's off to the right shoulder. Crash southbound Washington Boulevard and Adams Avenue in South Ogden. The right lane and shoulder are blocked. Crash at the intersection of eastbound 54 south 3200 west. Traffic backing up to Bangor Highway there. And I think that's about it. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. Nope, that all looks good. But if you see something that doesn't look good and you want to share it with friends of the program, you can text it to us 33986. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right, here are the boner candidates for round 2. Number 1, you aren't just sloppy, Burge. You're dishonest, too. Boner candidate number 2, The toddler was seen hanging out the window. And boner candidate number 3, for it to work right, you have to follow it up by eating a pound of aquarium gravel.
Oh, God. Boners round 2 coming up after this short break here, and we'll get to it coming up. Brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and use the promo code X96. Now, for a limited time, Brooklinen is offering a free gift with purchase. And if you miss out, you can use promo code X96 anytime for $20 off your purchases of $100 or more at brooklinen.com. And now is the time to get your fortress of solitude more comfortable for yourself. I don't leave the house much these days, and so I've had to make my house more comfortable for me to be in it all the time. Everybody knows about their deluxe sheets, their bed sheets. That's a great place to start with your Brooklinen experience because you get the soft feel and the buttery smooth finish. But now you don't have to, scour the web to find things like this. You just one-stop shopping, brooklinen.com. They have not only the sheets, but they've got towels, bath towels. You got your pillows and bathrobes, artwork, all kinds of stuff. So head to brooklinen.com for your free gift with purchase today, brooklinen.com, and use the promo code X96.
Yeah, I enjoyed that class yesterday.
You did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a
I
great
thought it was a
time.
grand waste of time. I'll be quite honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that.
Carrie,
While I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's
usually.
that true.
You
That's
used
true.
to speak to schools.
See the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. Although when he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
And he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't need.
all.
Look,
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
That's why
that's
he's
true.
not allowed. Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested, that's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5. That's good.
all right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we were doing.
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn.
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
No, I'm
not as.
I don't want to work with those guys.
Not her partner Pickle, of course, but.
Well, it was Pickle and the turd bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh, yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I was
I heard
told.
he was laying on the floor of the break room.
So and again, if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
Already we started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So mission accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City.
happened.
Some good has happened.
And think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be good
He'll be the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be.
8:19 right now. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Nothing new to report.
No movement, Gina? Okay.
Yeah.
You can't even, there's not even a little squeaking?
No.
It's okay. My bet was 8:40. So.
8:40. We're at 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good luck. That's the moment she leaves the show for the rest.
That's what I'm betting. Okay, so here we go with round 2 of your boners, presenting now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome and ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Go back and reference that one. That way you can choose this time around. So we have a nice, powerful fight, Boner Fight at 9:20. Real fair fight. So choose strategically here in round 2 is what I'm trying to get to you. So 2 candidates now, a third coming up. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Incubus at USANA Amphitheater. That's happening August 24th with special guest Sublime with Rome. You can get more information about that show at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1, you're not just sloppy, Burge. You're dishonest, too. Representative Burgess Owens, congressionally required report disclosing his personal finances, had some problems.
Again?
The freshman Republican, again, reported amounts in the current year column implying that he made money from speaking engagements as a sitting congressman, which would be a violation of House rules. The filing also made it seem as though he was still on the payroll of Second Chance for Youth, a charity that he previously led. But his office said those were errors. The report, filed in August, also misreported how much money he made from the charity the previous year, and he didn't really explain his role in that organization or in any other as required. It also identified Burgess Owens as a consultant for Dow Jones.
What?
But now his team says that
you can't do that.
But now the team says that the $800 he was paid for an editorial he wrote for the Wall Street Journal, which is owned by Dow Jones. These reports have been required of every member of Congress every year since 1978, and they give the public a little peek into the finances of lawmakers, including sources of income, debts, stock transactions, any trips paid for by others. Owens' office said it made some rookie mistakes. After receiving questions from the Salt Lake Tribune, it filed an amended disclosure yesterday.
This is not the first time that he has, fibbed about his finances.
Utah Democrats argue that this isn't just a series of simple mistakes.
Right.
Rather, they say it fits a pattern. Owens had problems with these same personnel financial forms as a candidate, and also had to file an amendment then, and he got fined $4,000 by the Federal Election Commission for failing to appropriately disclose campaign contributions in the last days of his successful 2020 race. I have found that it's always really a really bad combination when you are dishonest and stupid at the same time. It's just a bad combination.
He's not even from here. He doesn't even know how to spell Utah or say Utah because he's not one.
Boner candidate number 1, you're just sloppy, Burge, and dishonest too.
He's a useful idiot.
Here's Boner candidate number 2. The toddler was seen hanging out the car window. On Sunday in Ogden, a suspected DUI driver was arrested after a toddler was seen hanging out of their car window. According to arrest documents, Officers were dispatched to the area of 13th and Washington Boulevard about a man being unconscious in a vehicle with a 2-year-old girl aboard. Witnesses report the child was attempting to wake up the man, later identified as Dominic Ludwig, who had passed out, and the child at one time was seen hanging out the driver's side window of the vehicle. Officers reportedly had to wake up Mr. Ludwig, who was in the driver's seat of the vehicle, and the engine was running. Officers had to turn the vehicle off. Officers noted that the child was standing in the passenger seat, not buckled in when they arrived on the scene. Police said there was also a smell of marijuana, and Ludwig had bloodshot eyes that were glossy, and his eyelids appeared heavy. He did not pass a field sobriety test. Arrested, and the child's mother was summoned to take charge of the child. Boner candidate number 2, the toddler was seen hanging out the window. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. For it to work right, you have to follow it up by eating a pound of aquarium gravel.
No.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up here in a bit. What do you got
listen,
there for us?
Pamela Anderson. I got Pamela Anderson.
Oh, well, this is sponsorable, I think.
For sure. Follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
It's the incredible world of ocean currents. I don't really have Pam Anderson. I got our kids. Pam Anderson and Tommy Lee had 2 kids. And they're both boys, and they have now, these boys have sold their home in Malibu for $3 million. Brandon Thomas Lee and Dylan Jagger Lee. I'm thinking that Pam named Brandon Thomas Lee, and Tommy insisted on Dylan Jagger Lee.
I could see that.
Purchased, it was a 5-bedroom home. It's a 5-bedroom home, 2,600 square feet. They bought it in 2018. There's a bunch of pictures of the inside of it. It's very nice.
I think it's cute that they live together.
Well, that doesn't say that they live together. It says they own the home.
Oh.
It doesn't say they live together. They may, but it doesn't say that. The boys are best known as the sons of Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee and actress Pamela Anderson, but have their own careers as models and musicians. 25-year-old Brandon is a model and is on the TV show The Hills, New Beginning. And Dylan is 24. He's also a model and has his own band, Motel 7. The $3 million home in the heart of Malibu was built in '79. It's been completely renovated. They put it on the market for just 2 months, and then it was sold, so it's already been snapped up.
Motel 7, see, that's like one better than Motel 6. That's why that's a good.
That's probably as much thought as was given.
I didn't think of that, but that's exactly what.
There you go. That's what our band name is, man.
Yeah. And this is.
I kind of like it, actually. I'm perfectly fine with that reason.
This is sports, and but I'm going to do it because it was Major League Baseball superstar Pete Alonso. Now, I'll have to take this story's word for the fact that he's a Major League superstar, because I don't really know baseball stars that well. He was nearly killed in a horrifying car crash on Sunday, but he's doing okay. He was not hospitalized. He plays for the New York Mets. He's the New York Mets slugger, it says here. He explained the terrifying situation to media members out at spring training in Port St. Lucie in Florida. He was T-boned. He was in Tampa, Florida. His car was T-boned at an intersection, and it was by a guy who ran a red light, and his car was hit so hard that it went flipping over 3 times.
Oof.
Yeah, so it just went boom, 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 and started rolling. He was buckled in, and he said, "I'm thankful to be alive." He escaped serious injury, and I saw some pictures of the car. The windshield is all busted out. That's because he had to kick the windshield out to get out of the car. Man, it was just, how do you survive that? It's amazing. Gina, this is not good news for you.
What?
In particular. Scientists from the Pennington Biomedical Research Center report that exercise, good exercise, may stop the vicious cycle of inflammation linked to the development of both diabetes and depression in the months after recovering from a bout with COVID. So we know that long COVID causes depression. We know that it can increase blood glucose levels to the point where people develop diabetic ketoacidosis, a potentially life-threatening condition common among people with type 1 diabetes. But exercise can help. So if this happens to you, Gina,
well, I don't
just
have
remember,
COVID. I haven't
well, yet.
COVID.
Yeah, you don't have it
that's
yet.
true, yet. I will be the first person out of all of us to get it, for sure.
You think?
Oh,
yeah, I would.
Carrie,
Sounds like a challenge.
Now, there's something missing from this story. It says here, a man wielding an axe was arrested early Monday morning after breaking into a Salt Lake City business and stealing merchandise. According to the Salt Lake Police Department, they received a 911 call at 5:03 a.m. about a man armed with an axe. He was identified as William Montero, breaking into a business located at 450 South, 500 East, and stealing merchandise. When confronted by a store employee, Mr. Montero ran away. Officers caught up with him at a parking lot, and he continued running, but and he had the axe still, but they finally managed to get him to peacefully surrender. So what's missing from this story?
What store was
What
it?
the store is and what merchant. Maybe it was a store that was worth using an axe to steal merchandise from. But we don't know that because it's not in the story at all. I'd like to know what was
the address?
Yeah, it says it's about 450 South, 5th East. You know, so maybe it was worth. How could it be so good that he would want to use an axe to steal merchandise from it? I just don't know. A protester was arrested in Salt Lake for throwing a bucket of red liquid into a fountain at City Creek Mall over the weekend. Salt Lake police said that Trevor Bellicomo was warned Saturday about not being allowed to protest at the City Creek Mall. According to a probable cause affidavit, after being confronted, Mr. Bellicomo ran down an escalator, grabbed a bucket of red liquid and threw it into the fountain, then grabbed another bucket of red liquid and threw it into the fountain again. Bellicomo was part of a protest organized by Coalition to Abolish Fur Trade in front of the Louis Vuitton store at the mall. The fountain that does hourly shows outside of Louis Vuitton was dyed red to symbolize the blood that LV has on their hands from murdered animals for fashion, the organization said. And, you know, the Louis Vuitton immediately announced that they would no longer sell fur, and they also said that they would reimburse anyone who wanted to. Well, I understand that people think that we should not kill animals just for fur. I understand that, but throwing red liquid into a bucket of red liquid into a fountain, I don't believe that's going to stop anything.
And I think the axe guy, that's the Stabby Smiths right there. Maybe it was the Stabby Smiths.
Yeah, must be the Fred Meyer, the Smiths on 5th East. Yep, that would be. That's what it was. You're right. Maybe there's still a Fred Meyer Jewelers in there. I think on the second floor. I think maybe that's what he was.
Maybe.
After.
I haven't been there in a while.
Let's see. One more quick story.
Quickie, yeah.
This is interesting. This is something. If you have trouble sleeping, I would look this up if I were you. It's a device called a doodow. It's a sleep aid, And I was reading the CNN story. They say it's worth every penny you would pay for this doodah. What it does is it helps you relax and clear your mind. There's a small disc that you plug in, and it's sitting on your bedside table. You tap on the top of it, and it activates a slowly pulsating light. Now, the idea is this dim light projects onto your ceiling, and you are supposed to pace your breath along with the light pulsating on your ceiling. And they say if you do that, you tap it once, and it does it for like 7 minutes, and if you tap it twice, it'll do it for 14 minutes. But they say if you coordinate your breath with this light, it helps you fall asleep.
But you have to keep looking at it. Isn't the part of falling asleep where you close your eyes?
I think
How do you
your
do
eyes,
the breath when...
Gina, your eyes become heavy, and you can't keep them open.
Yeah, but that...
You fall asleep.
I don't think this is worth every penny.
It costs $60, and you can find it at MyDoodow, that's D-O-D-O-W, MyDoodow.com.
I don't like it.
Well, do you ever have trouble falling asleep?
Yeah, but you start falling asleep by closing your eyes. So, like,
haven't you
do that,
Gina, haven't you ever fallen asleep reading? Duh. Did you close your eyes and keep reading?
Right. Look, we're just going to have to get it and let you experiment with it, okay? Sports weather traffic.
Businesses lose nearly $14 billion from the ineffectiveness of their employees playing March Madness, which is why this year we aren't doing our Mad Marchness. It's anti-business.
That's not the reason.
That's not the reason we're doing it. $14 billion a year because people are wasting time at work. Although in these troubled times, let your employees waste time playing March Madness. It's a nice distraction for them. It's good for their mental health. Let them be distracted.
Boy, you'll never be an employer.
No, probably not. The Jazz lost last night. Maybe they were distracted. 117 to 111. They play again tomorrow against the Bulls. Weather, so today, partly sunny, 58 for a high, which is pretty warm. Could even get up close to 60 maybe. And then the rain starts this evening, overnight tonight into tomorrow. Hopefully that gets us some more snow up in the mountains, but down here it'll be too warm for that. That rain continuing through Wednesday morning. By Wednesday afternoon, looks like things will clear up, and then we have sunny skies for the rest of the week. Traffic, let's see, we have crash northbound I-215 west at 47 South off-ramp in Taylorsville. I thought a friend of the program said something was happening at 106 South. Yeah, accident 106 South, 7th East. Thank you, whoever sent that one in. Bill's questioning the accident southbound Washington Boulevard, Adams Avenue in South Ogden. That's what UDOT's saying. Maybe you're in that area and can explain it a little bit better.
Yeah, don't Washington Boulevard and Adams Avenue run parallel. They never intersect. So where on Washington Boulevard would that accident be?
If you're seeing that, you can text it to us. We appreciate it when you do. 33986. X96 presents The Offspring live at the Union Event Center April 29th. For more information, you can go to x96.com.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You know, for it to work right, you have to follow it up by eating a pound of aquarium gravel. Well, doctors are saying no. It's a fitness craze being promoted on probably TikTok about the health benefits of methylene blue.
Oh, God.
Methylene blue is an antifungal dye that is often used to clean fish tanks.
Yeah.
The substance, which can be injected or consumed orally, is prescribed by physicians to treat methylomoglobinemia, a medical condition in which blood cannot deliver oxygen to different parts of the body. However, while it is not harmful for most humans to consume methylene blue in therapeutic doses, experts are trashing claims from influencers that the dye helps cognitive abilities, boosts metabolism, and fights aging.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
I have just discovered the trend of fitness influencers sticking methylene blue on their tongues as a metabolic or cognitive enhancer, and I can't stop laughing, said one doctor. Oh, my God, of course, it also slows down your chain of aging, whatever the hell that is, another doctor said. They say it may not hurt you to do it, but it will do none of the things that they're claiming.
Exactly.
Unless you eat a pound of aquarium gravel right afterwards.
All right. Washington Terrace residents here. Adams Avenue is where Ogden Regional is. As it continues north and passes the Maverick, it crosses Washington Boulevard.
That's right, the big curve there.
Approximately 5100 south.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine. All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Let's see. Boner candidate number 1. You're just sloppy, Burge, and you're dishonest, too. Utah Representative Burgess Owens criticized for inaccurate reporting who paid him for what on his campaign disclosure forms. Boner candidate number 2, the toddler was seen hanging out the window. This is in Ogden. A suspected DUI driver arrested after 2-year-old was hanging out the window. Now, the car was not moving, but it was still running. The guy was passed out in the front seat, and there was a 2-year-old kid with him. And boner candidate number 3, the methylene blue and aquarium gravel.
You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. So choose strategically here in round 2 to send it forward. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. But right now, this is round 2. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Voting March 15, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, though, so let's go. This is round 2.
You know who's on the line. I believe this is the impetus to the first all-day show.
Candace?
Yes.
How now, you were there for the first all-day show. Oh, yeah.
I was, as Carrie said, I was the something from the radio gods, the idiot or something.
No.
Not so much. He didn't really
The
say
gift from the radio gods.
That was it, yeah.
But
and I was the one that brought the alcohol.
You are the first, you were the one who started the tradition of bringing us booze.
Exactly. And I'm so upset. Y'all got pedicures and I didn't.
Well,
I would have liked one.
Well,
you should have asked.
Well, I was in and out of the house all day.
Candy Bear.
Well, then you couldn't.
Then you couldn't have gotten one anyway.
Candy Bear, I'm not sure what.
Did you say Candy Bear?
Yeah.
Or Daddy Bear?
Candy Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
You're
Better
my-
than Candy Ass.
You're my little Candy Bear.
Who is this?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Who is this?
It's your mother.
I think
Hi.
Candy's
Candy?
been drinking today already.
Candy, hi, it's Mitt
No,
Candy, hi,
I
it's Mitt
haven't.
Romney.
Candace,
Ew.
do you have any idea what you're listening to or where you are?
It's a country station, and I'm in Texas. No, of course I do, you silly gooses. That
Candy?
was ridiculous.
Candy Bear?
Don't call me Candy, please. My dad hated that.
It's Candace.
It's Candace, Carrie.
Yes, it's Candace.
If
still,
your dad
and I
hated
will-
that, he shouldn't have named you Candace.
Yeah.
He's no longer living. That's rude.
Well, I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
Did you call us Candace?
Yes,
she-
I did, and
she
I
did.
meant to get abused.
Okay, because I thought maybe the interns had called you and
No, nobody
just picked your name
remembers.
out of a phone book or something. Nobody
You
remembers.
wish.
Nobody remembers what, Candace?
Any of this.
Any of.
And I'm even on the CD, and I'm so sad.
She's
I'm
she's
joking.
the phone call. She's the reason.
For Carrie's
She's the reason
story.
that we
The
did the because
story.
I didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
tell my Hawaii story.
No, it
or
was your Vegas.
My Vegas story.
Vegas
my
story,
Vegas
that's
story.
right.
Exactly.
And
Carrie, I saw you at that one clothing store. I don't remember.
You remember, Carrie?
Was
Oh,
I buying my garments?
It was that one clothing store.
That one
No.
clothing store?
I don't know what you call him. Come on, help me out. A thing.
You
a
know,
management,
a thing.
Whatever.
Was it a remote?
You know, I can see why you were the impetus for the all-day show, because it takes all day to get anything out of you.
Holy crap! You've been doing this all day. I'm tired too, and yes, whatever.
She's
but
drunk.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm just embarrassed.
Candy Bear?
This is the note you want to go out on.
Yeah.
By the way.
Oh, Candace, you've been rickrolled. I'm sorry.
God bless you, Candace.
All right.
I'm glad that somehow you started the all-day show, but no, that's not the note we want to go out on.
Well, we got 20 minutes.
But as with all of our all-day shows, I seem to remember that they go out not with a bang, but a whimper.
I've been whimpering for the last hour and 20 minutes.
They just kind of peter out at the end. So,
well, Gina, I'm used to your whimpering.
It's what I do.
All right, 8:46. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
and that is brought to you in part by Coke Zero.
And Hoops fans, get over to Gracie's, enjoy some intense college basketball action, and celebrate St. Patrick's Day this Thursday. Eat some nachos, watch some hoops, drink some brews. At Gracie's, you must be 21 or older to enter.
Well, first of all, congratulations need to go out to someone named Gina, because that person won Incubus tickets for being a
I
random
love Incubus.
voter.
Yay! I didn't know I
and
won. That's
you should
exciting.
be happy that your namesake won. You didn't win.
Oh.
And now, boner candidate number 1 and number 2. Well, they were all very close, but trailing was the aquarium gravel and the methylene blue. That's a third place. So it was neck and neck between number 1, the Burgess Owens being sloppy and dishonest, or putting a 2-year-old child in physical jeopardy. And you know who won? By a little less than 10 votes, Burgess Owens.
Of course. People do not like Burgess Owens.
Beat endangering a toddler? And so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There you go. That's your winner for round 2. It goes forward now to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see how it does going up against the winner of round 1's voting. You will find out. You'll hear them both, and you'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. Go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Get Mark on the phone here.
Oh, it's Mark Mark Stewart with the Advocates, right? Is that you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm here. How are
Hi.
you guys?
Good. Mark, we got this. All it says here is, an accident can make you feel like your life is turned upside down. And the advocates can help. So
Sometimes the accident has actually turned you physically upside down. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
That's true.
It can get pretty bad,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
They can. So the reason we wanted to talk about that is a lot of the people that we talk to when they call in, they say, hey, I don't even know where to turn. I'm so confused. I keep getting paperwork from all these different insurance companies. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with it. I keep getting medical bills. So people call us and they're really just confused and kind of in a state of wanting help and wanting to understand what direction they should go. So one of the things we always tell people is one of the nicest things about getting an attorney is being able to pass all of that worry on to someone else
Mm-hmm.
and let someone else deal with the communication with the insurance company, deal with the medical providers that are sending you bills, deal with the body shop if you're getting notifications about your car getting repaired and so forth. Just turn it all over to someone else so that they can worry about it, and the individual that was injured can really focus on just getting better.
There are a lot of various complications that might surprise people too, aren't there, when you get in an accident?
Yeah, there are for sure. There's a lot of different avenues that you have to go through with insurance companies. They obviously don't like to pay out money, so they make it very difficult. Even just getting your car repaired can be a hard thing. And even with your own insurance company. So one thing that a lot of people learn pretty quickly when they've been in an accident is even though they've been paying a monthly premium for how many years, you think that insurance company is going to help you out. And then when you get in an accident, it's a difficult situation, and they are not easy at helping you or willing to pay your bills. You have to really fight for it, and so that's what we do.
And if you've ever, asked your insurance company for help with even just little things, not even big accidents, you know what Mark is saying is right.
Yeah.
It's just a little thing that you knew was covered in your policy. They still fight you.
Hey, Mark, now, not on the air, don't say it, but are there insurance companies that are better than others for people to deal with?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you could ask any of the attorneys in our office, and they could give you a list of probably the 4 or 5 best insurance companies and the 4 or 5 worst insurance companies.
I think I could guess a couple of them.
Yeah, I think I know one. Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. So the advocates can handle all of that stuff, and you can, I would think, we've talked about this before, but you can determine whether or not somebody needs representation simply through a phone call usually, right?
For sure. Yeah, they can reach out. They're going to get to talk to an attorney. Usually within a few minutes, the attorney can let them know if they have a case or not. And even if they don't, we're happy to give advice on what they can do to try and make their situation better, because like we mentioned earlier, it's a very stressful time for people. They don't know what to do if they've never been in an accident before. Turning it over to someone else and letting them handle all of the paperwork and all of that stress so that they can focus on getting better if they were unfortunately injured really is, if you talk to most of our clients, they would say that's the nicest thing, is being able to just focus on getting better and not dealing with the insurance companies.
No, I don't. I think people may have misheard. I just want to make sure that it's clear. You've said you are offering free legal advice from an attorney.
That's right. And the other thing is it's actually, we don't get paid from any individuals out of pocket. So if someone signs up with us, they don't have to pay a retainer. They don't pay an hourly fee. We take the case on a contingency fee basis, which means that we only get paid if they get paid.
Yeah, and you also have the pleasure of knowing if you call at 3 o'clock in the morning, 801-355-5550, you might wake Mark up. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
That might be fun. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, you might wake us up, but hey, you'll get to talk to someone.
Yeah, it's the Advocates, 801-355-5550. Of course, you can do it online, too, if you're embarrassed or shy, UtahAdvocates.com. Mark, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Have a great week.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
This makes me want to watch L.A. Law.
Is that what that is?
One of the characters on there, it's one of my favorite names to say out loud.
What?
Victor Cifuentes.
I don't. Was that Jimmy Smits?
Yeah.
Jimmy Smits?
Say it though. You'll smile when you say it.
Victor
Cifuentes.
Victor Cifuentes.
Yeah, he died. But, you know.
But my safe word is Jill Eikenberry, just so you know.
My safe word.
Oh,
Jill Eikenberry.
Jill Eikenberry, and she was married to that schlubby guy who was on there. What was his name?
He was a nice guy.
The short guy, right?
Yeah, what was his name?
He was schlubby, but he was nice.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
The
He's
actor's
no
name?
Victor Cifuentes, that's for sure.
Who is?
No one is.
And then Larry Drake played Benny.
Isn't Jimmy Smits
a Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
I knew you were
the
heading
dad.
there.
He's
Yes,
Star
he
Wars
is.
dad.
He's Star Wars
Right?
dad, yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
He raised Princess Leia.
That's what I was
Okay.
going for, yeah.
So Victor Cifuentes raised Princess Leia.
Princess Leia, yeah. Makes perfect sense.
Let's see. How come you guys never have Mark rap freestyle? Every segment like this that doesn't have him rap is a wasted opportunity. That's true.
I didn't know he could, so maybe we'll ask him next
I
time.
guess, yeah.
It's a hidden talent.
Can we sue Bill for the sauces list? Oh.
You've been injured. Your soul has been injured for the lack of sauce recipes.
Don't sue me. I'm perfectly willing to do it at the drop of a hat. I am prevented by other things.
We just keep running out of time.
Yeah.
Like now, we're out of time.
Oh.
We don't have time for the 20 sauces that will change your life.
There you
list.
go.
All right.
Maybe later.
They won't change your life. They'll just enhance any meal.
Yeah. And now we're getting threats of lawsuits if we let him freestyle rap.
Okay. Well, then let's not.
That could be a problem. Let's see. Did we traffic? Did we?
No.
Go ahead.
There's not much to tell you about, though. Crash northbound I-215 West, 47th South off-ramp in Taylorsville, although that doesn't seem to be causing too much of an issue. We're looking pretty good. If you see something that's not looking good, you want to share it with friends of the program, you certainly can. 33986. As a business owner, have you ever felt self-conscious about the size of your brand? Huge Brands is your local one-stop shop for screen printing, embroidery, and custom merchandise. Get huge. Visit hugebrands.com.
They're huge. All right. Well, let's take a break. We'll be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd on the way. Stand by for that. And a boner fight coming up as well. All of that on the way. BigOTires.com.
Team you trust. They are. You know it. Team you trust.
Now, we got rain coming tomorrow.
Yeah,
so,
get some rain tires.
So stop to your Big O tires. Get your windshield wipers replaced.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
that's really good advice. It's so aggravating to have, be in a storm and put on your wipers. Big O Tires does that. They do all kinds of other things for your car: alignments, batteries, fluids, oil changes, and more. And they are also having a sale on tires.
Yeah, if you come in today, you can save up to $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, Pirelli, all those brand tires through March 27th.
I would advise you to get to know your local Big O Tire store. There's probably one in your neighborhood because there are, I believe, 42 Big O Tire stores along the Wasatch Front. They are the team you trust. Go to bigotires.com for more.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not
for your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
No.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
The Kesha reference. The patty don't start.
No. Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble. My little good luck charm. Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah, this is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St. Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me see.
This is bad.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday. I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really drunk.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just.
No, well.
So you fit in.
No.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day,
New Year's Eve,
or New Year's. I know. I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just.
Oh wow.
So.
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and use
it. Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
No.
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You take your cudgel.
I have one on my desk.
I know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. You know, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Because
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
Yeah. Well, hi, Todd.
Well, good morning.
Todd is the program director here at X96, and he is responsible for all of the music you hear. So if you don't like it, let him know.
Take it up with Todd.
But if you do like it, let him know as well. But usually people, they don't, if they like something, they don't say. But if they don't like something, they complain. But
yeah.
So Todd brings us a song every Tuesday. What have you got for us today?
Before we get into the song, I want to point out that I'm at home and I'm babysitting some dogs. And at any moment, you could hear all four of them because I've got a Vizsla hound, a beagle, a mixed hound, and a Labrador. So it could get really loud in a hurry. Right now, they're all chilling out, but we'll see how it goes.
No sudden movements.
Are you the head of the pack, Todd?
I I am until the UPS guy shows up. Then all hell will break loose.
All bets are off.
There'll be a fight with him to be head of the pack. So Black Keys are back. They've got a new album on the way called Dropout Boogie on May 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And they're touring. They're going to be here at USANA Amphitheater on the 11th of July. And I've got their brand new song to play for you.
Okay, what's it called?
All right, what's it called?
The new track is called Wild Child.
Wild Child.
Okay.
All right. Well, then let's get to it. We all love the Black Keys. New stuff from them, from the Dropout Boogie album. It's Wild Child, Tuesday Tunes with Todd, X96.
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket, you know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran.
I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it.
No thanks, I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
Lucifer was still in production, I would expect that song to appear on an episode.
Huh. Well, it's quite nice.
Yes, Black Keys, Wild Child. You can count on the Black Keys, can't you?
Apparently.
They know what they know what to do, and they do it well.
Exactly. And you say they're coming to town in May?
The album Dropout Boogie comes out May 13th. They're going to play USANA on the 11th of July. And I started talking about these summer concerts, and I just can't wait. Like, I'm ready for springtime, summertime.
Yeah.
Todd's busting out. He's ready to just...
Well, you can't bust out too much when you're babysitting dogs.
Yeah.
That's true, yes.
All I can think about is all the poop. That's the only thing I can think about.
Hey,
is all
we've
the
had
poop.
enough poop chat today, Carrie.
Oh, we've got a diagnosis via text here for you, Gina, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Todd, have you been following this saga?
Gina's poop
I haven't yet. No, tell me, please.
Well, okay.
It's kind of hard to go into.
Since Friday.
She hasn't pooped since Friday, and before that, she was going all the time.
All the time. So,
oh, no.
So here's a texter. Based on Gina's description, she is describing classic diverticulitis.
Yeah.
I've had it several times. The infection starts with an upset stomach, then the colon shuts off due to swelling, thus the lack of pooping. Gina was also gesturing towards her lower GI tract on her left side. That's where diverticulitis typically occurs. She needs antibiotics ASAP and an eventual colonoscopy.
I feel like you're talking about my brother's texting in because my brother has had diverticulitis.
They told me I didn't have it. I went to the ER. They said that I didn't have it.
I had diverticulitis once, but it was in my eyes.
I think that was not. That was conjunctivitis, Bill. I think that's what that
Are you, what?
It's some kind of itis,
you know. I thought, well, it was an itis anyway.
All I hope is that the doctors recommend for Gina, and I love you, Gina, but I have to say this, I just hope that they recommend a poop transplant.
Oh yeah,
fecal,
that's
fecal transplant.
That's what.
You'll be the first to know, Todd, if that's the diagnosis.
I'm betting that's what happens.
Yeah, we're gonna have to replace. We're gonna have to replace that biome there.
No, my biome.
So is Carrie or Bill gonna be the donor?
No, stop.
No.
It's gonna start up any minute now.
My poop stays with me. I'm not giving it to anybody.
Gina, you'd be lucky to have mine, all right? Just saying.
Because it smells like roses.
You eat things I would never eat. So.
Exactly.
It has no more odor than a hot biscuit.
No, Gina isn't camping now. That's someone.
You would think. This would be the time to camp. I could have had a nice 5-day camp going on now.
Someone
Honey,
who
I'm
listens
constipated.
very
Let's go
closely.
camping. Okay, babe.
Well, Todd, we'll talk more about this in the meeting later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will.
How can the sales department, make money off of this? Can we do a promotion around it? Perhaps some sort of social media post. I'm sure we'll be.
Let me get the folks from Squatty Potty on the phone. We'll
get them on the phone. Mm-hmm. Oh, there they are.
Dogs.
There go the dogs.
Yep.
All right, Todd. We'll let you go.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd.
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
All right.
Sure, I didn't have
you had conjunctivitis.
Oh.
You didn't have diverticulitis in your eye.
Sinusitis. That's what No?
Maybe you had that.
I don't know.
Post-nasal drip. All right. Well, we'll take a break, and we will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Stand by for that. And some more leftover stuff that you need to know, all coming up. Let's see, Haster Games. Go to hastergames.com, or better yet, just go down to the store. They've been there for quite some time. They're an institution. They're a legend here in Utah. 6831 South State Street. Turn off the TV, put down your phone, and play a board game. Now, yes, they specialize in your Magic the Gathering, your miniatures, your Pokemon, your Dungeons and Dragons, things like that. But they also have a big list of family board games for your enjoyment. And if you want to try them out, you can before you buy them. They'll open up one of them and sit you down and teach you how to play it. New this week for Warhammer 40,000, the updated Alderi Codex, fresh with amazing artwork, intriguing lore, and gorgeous miniatures. Eldar players finally get the updates that they've been waiting for. They've also got in a large Pokemon restock of booster packs, boxes, and elite trainer boxes, some even from out-of-print sets. Those in need of card game accessories should stop by and check out their huge stock of Gamegenic sleeves and deck boxes and binders. They've got all the storage option for any size collection. They can help you out there. So go and check out the new inventory. Don't forget, Haster has it, 6831 South State Street.
On the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant.
Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker, and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skills.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
All right, 9:17 right now. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about, let's see, 7 or 9 minutes. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So do you have some leftovers there for us?
I do. I've got Haley Bieber. You know who that is.
Or Mrs. Bieber, and she should be sponsored by Tim Daly. They have new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
All right.
She said, Haley Bieber said that she's doing better, but she got really ill. She explains that it happened Thursday morning, at which point she said, I started having stroke-like symptoms.
Ooh.
And then she was taken to the hospital. Doctors found a small blood clot in her brain.
That's scary.
Which
Jeez.
caused the lack of oxygen. Eventually, she says her body passed the blood clot naturally. Passed it naturally, Gina. Haley.
I don't have a blood clot.
Well, but things pass naturally. She said she's home now and doing better. She notes it was terrifying. She thanks her doctors and medical staff who helped her and for everyone's well wishes. And her husband, Justin Bieber, was out of town, I think. No, he was by her side. He's very much in love with his wife, Haley. Motley Crue and Def Leppard and Poison and Joan Jett are going on a stadium tour. They've been talking it up. It's finally set to launch this summer after a series of pandemic-related postponements. And now the big questions are tied to what fans can expect in regard to a set list. Nikki Sixx opened up about that on social media, confirming it'll be a mix of hits, deep tracks, and some cool surprises.
No deep tracks. Just
2 hits. Just 2 hits.
Nobody wants the deep tracks.
And no surprises.
No. Just give us what we want. We know what we want. You know what we want. Don't try to do anything differently.
I know it makes it more interesting for you to do a deep track, but one deep track because you need a potty break. One deep track.
And announce it. This would be a good time for y'all to go to the bathroom, you know.
Nikki Sixx wouldn't say much more about it. He posted a Instagram where he was posing with his daughter Ruby, and she's just a sweet-looking little girl.
So the question is are they going to prop Mick Mars up on some sort of framework to hold him up?
I don't see it says that. No.
He's going to borrow Phil Collins' wheelchair.
Is he that sick?
He's creaky,
and falling apart.
Yep.
This is now you know who Alexander Vindman is.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is a twin, and he was a lieutenant colonel in the Army. He was the National Security Council staffer who listened to Donald Trump's phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky from Ukraine when Trump, as president, was trying to extort Zelensky. And Vindman, who was in the Army at the time and on the staff, the presidential staff, went to Congress or wherever and said, this was illegal. What the president did was illegal, and it led to Trump's impeachment.
Because he said, I'll give you aid, but you're going to have to do me a favor first. See, there's this Hunter Biden fellow.
Vindman was born in Ukraine. He is a twin. He and his brother, born in Ukraine, their father, Ukrainian, brought them to America when they were very young. And they've done very well. They're both in the Army. Now Vindman is out of the Army. It ruined his career. He's retired. He gave some interviews here locally to the Salt Lake Tribune, and he says that Utah Senator Mike Lee and Representative Chris Stewart have blood on their hands when it comes to the escalating crisis in Ukraine. He accused the two members of Congress of jeopardizing national security through their support of President Trump. Vindman jumped from his obscure Army position to public prominence when he was a crucial witness in the first impeachment of Trump, as I was mentioning. His decision to report on that phone call led to Trump's impeachment, and it led to Vindman being mustered out. His career was at an end.
He's the patriot here. He's the one that dedicated his life to service and did the right thing by coming forward, and he lost his job.
He says the seeds for the current conflict in Ukraine were planted when Russia interfered with the 2016 election that put Trump in the White House, an act that essentially went unpunished. During the campaign, the Republican Party removed a plank supporting Ukraine from the platform at the behest of the Trump campaign because Donald Trump was buddies with Vladimir Putin. Putin was emboldened and thought he sensed weakness and could operate with impunity, Vindman said. Vindman says Putin was further encouraged by Trump's Republican supporters, including Mike Lee and Chris Stewart, who did very little to push back against Trump or his support for Vladimir Putin.
Mm-hmm.
I would maintain that there's a little bit of a glitch there in that story when it says the Republican Party removed a plank supporting Ukraine from the platform because Donald Trump, now this is before he was president, he was running for president, because Donald Trump asked them to.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vladimir Putin was emboldened and he thought he sensed weakness. That's not quite right. I think what it needs to say is Donald Trump asked them to remove that plank because somebody told him to.
Yeah, he
And
didn't
that
know.
somebody
Donald
knew,
Trump doesn't even know where Ukraine is.
And that somebody knew that if that plank was removed from the Republican platform as a support for Ukraine, that it would weaken Ukraine's status.
Well, it was his campaign guy. I can't remember the guy's name. I can see his face, but he's in jail now.
Steve somebody.
He's the one who got, who's the one, and he worked in Ukraine. No, not Scalise.
Manafort.
Manafort, thank you.
Yeah,
Paul Manafort, who had been working with Russia and Ukraine before he volunteered. He worked for free for Trump. And he's the one who said, we got to change that. And Trump went, whatever,
Yeah, and the reason he said we got to change that is because he knew that Putin would like that. It would weaken Ukraine. And so
exactly. And that's when they changed it. Once he got the nomination, they changed the platform right there when they were announcing his candidacy.
This is interesting. I know a lot of you have spent a lot of happy hours in the Gateway Inn in Salt Lake, the motel,
Speak for
the Gateway
yourself
Inn,
already.
down there on North Temple. Many happy hours spent just relaxing. It's for sale, $8.3 million, and probably somebody's buying it for the land. It's a 1.3 acre piece of land on North Temple, just west of I-15. They say there are a lot of offers for it, and it will sell. The city has been trying to clean up North Temple.
Mm-hmm.
It's an entryway into Salt Lake from the airport, and instead of it being with crime-ridden hotels like the Gateway Inn, and the Say Rancho's gone now, but places like that and they want to clean it all up and make it look nice. And so finally the Gateway Inn rather will be gone, and it making little steps toward making North Temple look like a nice place.
Well, they burned down Diamond Lil's.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody
did.
Accidentally. Yeah.
It was an accident.
It was an
Didn't we
accident.
have a Christmas party there 20 years ago?
No.
I feel like we had a
did.
Christmas party
No,
there.
no. You're thinking of that place up in Holiday. Partners. You're thinking of Partners.
No, we had one at Diamond
We had
Lil
one at
a
Diamond
long time ago.
I didn't go.
Yeah, I remember, Gina. Because I was like, I've driven by here many times. I've never been inside.
You sure? Because I think Partners is kind of...
Ask Todd. Todd would remember.
It looked like a big warehouse, cowboy warehouse. A cowboy.
And I'm sure we've had one at Partners as well.
Yeah, we did. That's the one I'm thinking of. But anyway, finally, this story. McDonald's said they're closing down everything in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a Russian McDonald's fan. There's this guy.
Poor guy.
He is not loving it. And he's chained himself to a McDonald's because he says, I cannot bear the thought of the Golden Arches going away. The guy's name is Luka Safronov, and there are pictures of him. He's huge. He's like a giant. He's wearing a brown shirt, so he looks kind of like a giant Hostess snowball with legs.
Oh, bless his
He's just a big guy, and he really doesn't want McDonald's to go away.
Poor thing. He doesn't have much. Let him have his McDonald's. Well,
Todd says, I don't remember a party at Diamond Lil's. I'm thinking
at that other place for a while.
I think you're right, Gina.
What other place?
Because Gina and I was doing mornings at 94.9, and she was working at K-Bear/Sports Station.
Yeah, sports
That's
station.
what it was.
That's
where
what it was.
That's why we remember a Diamond Lils.
I mean, Partners, as far as I'm concerned, that's Diamond Lils. But anyway, that's it.
Thank you.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Make me feel like your guys are my family, saying, "Dad, don't you remember?" You know, I swear to God we didn't have a party.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Here we go. The winner from round one, the Boner winner, which was "We don't feel guilty about our Don't Feel Guilty curriculum." The Florida Senate passing a Republican-backed ban on teaching students to feel guilty for history. We can't have, it's best not to say anything about slavery because it might make the kids feel bad. So, I mean, essentially that's what they're saying.
Yeah, which
Don't
means
talk about these things because kids might feel bad.
We can't teach history because they may have empathy.
And that's going up against Boner candidate number 2. You're just sloppy, Burgess, and you're dishonest too. Burgess Owens criticized for inaccurately reporting who paid him and who paid him for what.
All right.
That's number 2.
There we go. Time for you to decide who is Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 15, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Click and vote. Go. You have only until the end of these messages. This is Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Today, we find our elders roaming a desolate, uncharted, dark, smelly planet, looking for someone or something to convert. It is sometime between breakfast and lunch.
Man, I don't feel so well.
I warned you against eating eggs you found in the middle of nowhere on a planet that isn't even on the map.
But I was hungry. Besides, they were tasty.
Well, if you don't feel well now, you have no one to blame but yourself. Come on, we're falling behind schedule.
How can we have a schedule on a planet with nothing on it?
We won't know if this planet is uninhabited until we explore some more of it. Come on, let's go.
What the flip? Lehigh, help!
Ew! George, it looks like your breakfast isn't setting well with you. What the heck is that? Looks like the planet is inhabited after all.
Get it off me!
Stand back. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Who are you? And why in heaven's name are you pointing what appears to be a flamethrower at my companion?
Name's Ripley. Lieutenant Ripley, and I'm about to torch that little critter before it gets a chance to make a run for it.
Hi, my name is Newt.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our church, and if so, if you'd like to learn more.
Enough with the chit-chat. I need to kill that monster before it grows any bigger and has a chance to fight back. Now, Lehigh, wasn't it? If you would just stand back a bit so I can get a clear shot at your friend's chest.
What?
I will do no such thing. All that little critter has done is ruined a perfectly good suit for Mr. Mac, and as long as there's a chance in heck of converting either it or its mother, we would prefer that you leave it be.
Do what you have to do. God knows I will.
Look out, Butch!
Burn, you bastard, burn. Sorry, I meant the alien thing, not your companion.
Butch?
Butch? You okay? Butch, speak to me.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Lehigh take a shot at converting the alien queen despite the charbroiling of one of her offspring by Lieutenant Ripley? Will Newt get to say anything else in this episode? Tune in next time to hear...
Say, Lehigh, these things aren't half bad cooked, Hey, has anybody got any Tabasco sauce?
In the next titty-twisting episode of Space Elders!
Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Korean-style street tacos.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
A mere 2 votes separates the winner from the loser in today's boner fight. 2 votes. The winner by 2 votes was boner candidate number 2. You're just sloppy, Burgess, and you're a liar and probably dishonest.
There's your boner of the day for today, March 15, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Let's see now. Do we have our morsel of murder jingle there, Katie?
Because I have.
Because I don't think I have it.
Panicked look on her face, like, huh?
Yeah, because I don't think I have it in my system.
Oh.
How about a morsel of murder?
A morsel.
And now, a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Thank you.
Murder.
West Palm Beach, Florida. We're often a location for murder.
Well, it is the murder capital of the southern part of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Human remains found in an alligator's mouth in the Hungryland Preserve on Thursday have been identified. On Friday, Marin County Sheriff announced that an arm, a hand, and part of a leg belonging to 42-year-old Dustin Davis Mills of St. Lucie County. Medical examiner was able to determine the identity using fingerprints from the hand, which investigators say was found in, quote, a large alligator that was guarding the body part. This is mine.
Saving it for later on.
Authorities are searching the gator-infested Florida canal after human remains were discovered.
All Florida canals are gator infested, by the way.
WPBF reports a biologist for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission found a human arm inside the alligator's mouth at the Hungry Land Preserve in Marin County on Wednesday. Sheriff William Snyder said deputies located what appeared to be more remains on Thursday. He said, we have to walk through all the possibilities. Here's where your morsel of murder comes in.
Okay.
Were these human remains that were dismembered prior to being brought out here? Or are we seeing the result of animal murder?
Ooh.
Is the alligator the murderer?
Animals cannot murder people, Gina.
Sure they can.
No, they don't murder.
Premeditated. They stalk you.
They don't murder people.
This is being treated as a homicide investigation, the sheriff said. Now, we can't rule out the possibility that he just fell in the water and died of natural causes, but it doesn't look like that to us.
So this was not a boating accident, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
They've identified the gator, by the way. It's Wally Gator.
Marin County Fire and Rescue Dive Team went into the canal looking for additional remains while a sniper watched over the team.
Well, yeah.
You know, because if any alligators came in while they were diving in, what kind of... it's almost the most manly thing I can think of is, what do? I'm a diver looking for human remains in a canal in Florida that's infested with alligators.
Well,
that's about as manly as you can get.
I haven't looked for human remains, but I swum in a canal in Florida.
Yeah, no, you gotta add the looking for human remains part to it. That's the...
Okay, I'll lie.
Sure, everyone else does.
Yeah.
Sheriff says it doesn't matter how many alligators we have to encounter. We're going to figure out if this was murder, and we're going to find the offender. Because you know that has to happen in Florida a lot. You think, I just feed this guy to the gators.
I'm telling you, this is a Woo's Pigs situation.
It's a CSI Miami episode. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yes. This is where bad people have been disposing their bodies. You know?
Probably.
Gators will take care of it.
That's right.
Not only does this area have gators, they got feral hogs. So if the gator doesn't take care of it, the feral hogs certainly will take care of it.
And if the feral hogs don't do it, they got pythons, ball pythons everywhere.
This is prime body dumping real estate, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if none of those get it, they got Ron DeSantis.
That's right. He'll take care of you.
Oh, and this guy?
Yeah.
He's an ex-con. He just gotten out of prison.
Oh,
which is another victim.
But so they haven't found the dent really. I mean, they haven't found the torso and the.
No, they found a hand, which they had fingerprints because he was an ex-con, so they could identify him. But the rest of him, they're still looking for. So there you go. There's your morsel of murder. Just a little morsel.
Will you keep following that even though you're constipated?
Sure, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, she's not going anywhere. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't want to put any extra,
strain
burden on you. Pressure, yeah. Don't want to put
murder.
All right, thank you. Well, let's take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits after these messages. UtahAdvocates.com. That's the website you go to. Talk to an attorney anonymously for free. Find out if you have a case.
If your life has been turned upside down by an accident that wasn't your fault, call the advocates. Don't delay. 801-355-5550. And you know why you should do that? Because you deserve an advocate.
You do, and you deserve to focus on feeling better. Let's be honest. When you've been in an accident and you're injured, you just want to get healing. You don't want to be on the phone with insurance companies trying to figure this out. Let the advocates do that for you.
So if you think you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, don't hesitate. Now, this might be a car accident, might be a pedestrian accident, a cycling accident, also dog bites, slip and fall, those kinds of things. If you've been injured and you think it wasn't your fault, call the advocates. 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Abs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues district and of Capitol Hill, for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans. But I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
Hmm. 9:48.
It's National Buzzards Day today.
Buzzards.
Yeah. Now, we mentioned earlier it's the Ides of March, of course, and National Pears Helene Day, a wonderful dessert, pears Helene, featuring pears with a sugar syrup and then chocolate drizzled on, and it's warm, so then chocolate drizzled on it, and then some nuts, and And in the original, it was crystallized violets, but I don't know. That seems like a lot of trouble. But it's Buzzards Day as well.
What are you supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
Well, just be aware of the wonderful work that buzzards do.
They are helpful.
Yeah. It was also Buzzards Day was also created to celebrate the return of the birds from migration every year. There is a place in Ohio, a town in Ohio, where they seem to congregate every year at the same time. Like the swallows returning to Capistrano, San Capistrano. Well, it's the buzzards return to Ohio every year.
That makes sense in some weird way.
Yeah, it does, I think. So make sure you and if you see a buzzard, make sure you give him a salute. And it's also Dumbstruck Day. I was dumbstruck.
I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, exactly. I was dumbstruck.
Well, and the buzzards returning to Ohio, did you say?
Yeah, I think it was. I was trying to remember the name of the town. I think it's Euclid, Ohio.
That's not
so
nearly
weird.
It's not nearly as romantic as the swallows returning to Capistrano.
No, it isn't. I think they have a big. I've seen something about this. They have a big, like, garbage dump or dump of dead animals, and people come and watch them every year.
That's bizarre.
I don't want to watch that. I'm glad they take care of things, but I don't want to witness it.
It's not people come from all over to watch and look and see the buzzards in Ohio. Oh, I think we ought to take that in someday.
No, thanks.
No?
And it never fails whenever we do Morsels of Murder, people always recommending murder shows for Gina.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
What do we got?
Let's see. There was one called Undercurrent, which is apparently a submarine murder.
Oh. It's that one.
Oh?
There was a dramatization of it, that Danish guy who invented the submarine, built a submarine, and this woman reporter.
Murdered the lady?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's the name of the dramatization of it. It's Danish, and it's, it's subtitled, and it moves like molasses in winter. It's so slow. It's
Well, you have to move slow in a submarine.
Well, yeah.
You can't move fast
but
in there.
It's really kind of good, and the fact that it moves so slowly is part of what makes it good.
I guess I owe Jason from Cincinnati an apology.
Why?
He says, what the hell does that mean, Gina? That it makes sense the buzzards return to Ohio? What are you saying about Ohio? You're right, Jason.
Apparently it's in Hinckley, Ohio.
Hinckley, that's it.
And there's a radio station in Ohio that's called the Buzzard.
Yeah.
So,
Not
sorry,
Hinckley.
Jason.
It's Hinckley. Yeah.
Jason's mad that I said it makes sense that the buzzards return to Ohio. I'm sorry.
Have you looked at your latest round of politicians there in Ohio lately?
Yeah.
Why did I ever leave Ohio?
I'll reserve judgment until you elect J.D. Vance to the Senate, and then tell me I'm wrong. I hope you don't.
Let's see. Worst Roommate Ever on Netflix is not just morsels of murder, but a smorgasbord of murder.
Oh.
Apparently.
I've seen how Netflix, when you turn it on and it pops up showing you scenes from whatever feed. And I've seen that show, The Worst Roommate Ever, and there's a guy sitting there saying, well, we walked in and the smell was, it was the worst smell I'd ever encountered.
Sounds like murder.
That body must have been there for, and I said, okay, I'm not watching this. I don't want to see anything like that.
So that's Worst Roommate Ever.
That murder, the guy who had the submarine, who murdered the reporter, that was just horrific. The way that happened, and maybe that's the name of the show, Undercurrent.
Maybe.
And you'd really like it, Gina. And it's all about this cop trying to solve solve what happened and get some relief for the parents of the young woman who was murdered by that guy.
Undercurrent, the disappearance of Kim Wall.
Yeah,
is what it's called.
You'd like that? Is it on Netflix or something? It's really
HBO.
Good. HBO.
Yeah. HBO Max. You can.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd have to read it, but it's good.
Gina doesn't want to read a show.
I know she doesn't like subtitles, but that's the way it goes.
Reading a show.
Pay attention what's on the screen. If I'm reading, I'm not paying attention.
I'm watching that Korean monster show. What's it called? Sweet Home? Sweet Home. There are so many subtitles because there's just a lot of dialogue. Mm-hmm. Plus, when they show you signs, and they have to translate the signs too because they're germane to the story, and it's just like it just goes. Yeah, it goes by so fast that you miss a lot of it. But there are cool monsters in it.
Another message from Ohio. We gave you Grant and Taft. What more do you want?
Grant and Taft.
Two of the worst.
As in the presidents? Is that what they're...
I think that's what they mean.
Yeah.
And they're two of the worst.
No, it's a morning show in Hinckley.
Yeah, Grant and Taft in the morning. Yeah. Here on the buzzard, Grant and Taft in the morning.
That's right.
Got Ted Nugent on the phone.
The buzzards are coming in.
He's calling in to rep for J.D. Vance. All right.
Let's go.
Undercurrent is a 2-episode documentary in English.
Oh, that's
Okay.
not the one I'm talking about then. But.
Some other submarine murder joke?
No, it's the same case, but it's a dramatization, not a documentary.
Okay. Well, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, it's Things That Must Go, but we do need some more from you, so send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. Plus, Dr. Cobble will be back at 7:45 to answer your COVID questions, so be ready to call in.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Katie, if you'd like, you could just write that line for me every promo. Coming up on Tuesdays, coming up on Wednesday, I'd just be happy to do that one every time. I don't need any variety.
Let's see.
Got everything covered?
I think. Let me see. Oh, Heart's Nancy Wilson is giving props to Dolly Parton for taking herself out of the running.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Rod Stewart has been filling potholes out in front of his house.
Really?
Like as work release or what?
No, he says that no one is fixing them and he can't drive his Ferrari.
He's
had to take care of it himself. He's that kind of a guy.
A spokesperson for Essex Highways said, we like to prioritize repairs to every road. The scale of our network is over hundreds and thousands of miles. It means it's impossible for us to focus on repairing,
But don't you know who he is? It's Rod Stewart.
But Rod says he can't drive his Ferrari, so he's been filling the potholes out in front of his house.
Well, he's taking matters into his own hands. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, I think that now that we've covered everything, I think we can probably go.
Okay.
Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm constipated. Let's go camping.
Corey is